Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, shits and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Grise Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too.
Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world.
To reward you back.
Ted Coningsby channel live.
Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on
cameraman,
YouTube,
commentator and historian.
emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this is just $1.99 a month.
The legendary Sally B on her 50th
Our second level
anniversary
of
of
membership
Airshow.
is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold-coloured Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
So this is Team Turbulent. Usually you say things like, don't try this at home, but for this you'd need, don't try this on your airfield. Some of the stunts they're going to perform, I say stunts, usually we don't use that word in aerobatics, but stunts is certainly one I will go with their display. Involves limbo dancing, chucking flour, balloons, bombs. Yep, it's not your usual aerobatics teams, is it? Get ready for them today. This is Team Turbulent. Added extra by the look of it, or at least not yellow. It's there. we go. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at East Kirkby at the home of NX611, Just Jane, Avro Lancaster. It's home of the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. And it is a lost airfield as well, because it's nice to see a lost airfield actually been used as still its heritage, or at least in aviation. Because, ladies, gents, teddy bears, this is the ex-RAF East Kirkby, rest of the vicinity of the airfield. It's a packed crowd, a sellout as well. But as I was saying, it's nice, when we see lost airfields still being used in a functioning way of heritage, or at least an active airfield, because there is two grass runways here at East Kirkby. You can land here. It's got a 600-metre runway. We've got another arrival coming up as well. So, all this for this, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to get NX611 Avro Lancaster back up in the skies. Because it was once flying, but it takes a good decade or so to restore it, to refurbish an aircraft like this to airworthy condition. Next to it, oh yes, many of your favourites, the Jane Mosquito. Big shout out to everyone, all the organisers, and Andrew Panton. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you're all good. We've also got a B25 Mitchell as well that's on static display, which I'll pan round in a moment. Also got a Bell 49 helicopter. So I'll give you all the details as the time goes on. Sorry, a Bell 47. We do have a Bell 47. We've got the Wacky Wabbit T6 Harvard as well displaying. Got Hurricane V7 497. We've got the Team Turbulent, which we've just seen. Got a Spitfire Yak 52. Christoph Simon will be displaying as well today in his Cap 10. You've got the Jet Parahawks, Yak 3, Firebirds, and of course Sally B as well, with taxi rides from both Just Jane and the de Havilland Mosquito. seen this at the old Buckingham. Is this the one? Like a basically half glider, half motor. This one. Very quiet, isn't it? So you can land here, ladies, gents and teddy bears, if you want to fly from East Kirkby, which will one day be the runway that Just Jane will use to take off and land. It's about 600 meters, if I remember correctly. There is a 600 meter runway. Details on their website on arriving by aircraft. There's our B25 Mitchell. What an absolute legend. Also got the Bell 47. Look at that. Welcome to the show. Ted's here. I can be here. I can't come down just yet. Okay, go for it. There you go. Yeah, no worries at all. No worries, thank you. There's our squad leader, Ted Coningsby, just had a photo. And welcome to East Kirkby. You can see it is a sellout, which I'm very happy about because all proceeds go towards NX611 named Just Jane.
You've not long joined us. Hope you're having a great day with us here at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Lots going on the ground. There's the raffle to win a prize of the taxi ride on the Lancaster at 10 to 5 today. That's taking place at the information tent. And that's where you can also go to buy your souvenir programs and to get any other details that you might need to see you happily through your day with us at the 2025 East Kirkby Airshow. Down at the far right-hand end of the showground, meanwhile, is one of the latest additions to the collection here, the B25 Mitchell, looking resplendent, and in future it'll be able to take an even greater part in our event because it's undergoing restoration to taxiable condition.
Wow.
And awaiting some overhauled engines from the United States. Go and have a look at the aircraft. As I say, it's positioned down at the far right-hand end, pretty much next to where the Bell 47 helicopter landed when it arrived a little while ago. The Lincoln Voice Academy Choir is about to start performing in the hangar.
Oh, you're right. Good,
Good,
thank you.
Followed by the performance from the D-Day Darlings. Both of those are performing twice today. First opportunity
Oh
to
yeah,
see
nice
the
one, thank
Voice
you.
Academy Choir at
Enjoy the
11
day.
past.
Yeah, it should be alright today.
He's usually got Teddy.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, nice one. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, we'll
enjoy
see
the
you.
air show.
See you later.
See, yeah, I'll be here. See ya. How we doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears? Just Jane there, you can see. We'll talk to you through the show about the markings. And she is a Mark 7 Lancaster bomber. She was built quite late, built in April 1948 at Longbridge, which for those that don't know was a car factory, and put together at Longbridge and took her apart and put on a trailer, which were known at the time as a Queen Mary. Don't know the story behind that, but it was, and transported her to her new home of operations, RAF Elmdon. Now, many of us either have taken off from or landed at RAF Elmdon because it is in fact today's Birmingham International Airport. RAF Elmdon was where Just Jane first flew. She was intended to be part of the Tiger Force and fly in the Far East in April 1945. So for that matter, she has very different radiators. So the radiators are to cope with those types of climates out in the Far East. And I'm going to guess here that she was probably made being in a Tiger Force without the exhaust dampeners, which nighttime operations would have had to have put on bombers that were flying for night bombing missions to hide the flames of the exhaust, because if you don't, you'll be seen by enemy night fighters. So due to the climate, as we mentioned, she does have different modifications than your earlier Lancasters. Now, the fate of Just Jane did not intend for her to go as to the Far East, because things changed. You know, the Tiger Force, including the Avro Lincolns, which was the successor to the Avro Lancaster, which didn't go ahead, but she didn't intend really also to go to South Wales and stayed in storage until 1952. She was sold to Aero Naval, which is the French Naval Aviation Service, for £50,000 under the Western Union agreement, and then went off to Morocco. She carried out coastal and border surveillance in Morocco, and in 1960 she set off to New Caledonia in the Pacific to carry out some surveillance work. By 1964, she was one of the last three surviving operational Lancasters. The Historic Aircraft Preservation Society put in a request to the French government to have the Lancaster when it finished its service. Now, not expecting this confirmation that they could acquire it, basically they were not expecting this at least to pick up from Sydney, Australia. So they did just that, and in 1965 they did their checks and took a whole 9 days of flying to get Just Jane back to the UK, and Just Jane was put into a plan to fly her at air shows. Many of you may remember her, and Just Jane's next home was Blackpool. She was laid to rest at a museum in Blackpool, but sadly it went bust and put into auction. Now at the auction, the Panton brothers were present at the auction, and bidding didn't go ahead very well. Sorry, bidding didn't go very well as she didn't meet her reserve. Now Lord Guildford purchased the Lancaster after the auction and allowed the Royal Air Force to borrow her as a gate guardian at RAF Scampton. The agreement was for a 10-year agreement, but after this period was over, Fred and Harold Panton had a discussion with Lord Guildford to, you know, come to some agreement with an agreed purchase for Just Jane, and this is how she came to East Kirkby. Now, what was the interest for the Panton brothers with Just Jane? Well, the Panton brothers wanted a Lancaster bomber as a memorial to their older brother Christopher, who was a flight engineer for 433 Squadron in Halifax's during the war. On the night on the 30th into the 31st of March 1944, she flew in one of the worst raids of World War II. She flew in the Nuremberg mission, and they lost a total of 94 aircraft that were lost on that one night. Christopher Panton was in one of those Halifaxes lost and was sadly killed. So his brother wanted something to remember him with a Lancaster bomber as a memorial to serve. However, it does need a project which will last 10 to maybe 12 years. We've even got BBMF Spitfire that took a good over 10 years to get airworthy. It's not as simple of just, you know, just sticking some fuel in it. Things need to be refurbished. You have to remember the nature. The airframe is about 80 years old, but she is in taxi worthy condition with parts borrowed from various museums and heritage centres. One next to me, the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum, has a panel just behind the top turret which has been loaned, which is why you get various serial numbers on Just Jane, which we'll spot in a moment. So there are currently 2 airworthy Spitfires in the world. One just a few miles from here, we all know as PA 474 Leader. That's the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights Lancaster. There's also one in Canada as well. So that'll be the second airworthy Lancaster, and we're hoping one day we will have 3 of them. I mean, can you imagine that? Hey, you're alright, yeah, you good? You too? I think 12 o'clock. Just then, I thought I did. Yeah, I thought I did. Thanks, I thought I did. Yeah. Yeah, well spotted, thank you. Sorry about that, I may have said Spitfire, I think I did. You know when you say something and you think, did I just say that? But you just keep rolling with it. That's the art of, so yeah, just go back again. There are just 2 airworthy Lancasters in the world, not Spitfires, sorry about that. Yes, 1 in Canada and 1 at Coningsby. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, and commentator. Right, how are we doing? Looking forward to this. It's always a great family event. It is a sellout event. Lots to see and do here on the ground and in the air. We've got lots of flying displays. I think we've got about 4 hours of displays today, which is great. So really looking forward to that. And while this is going on, we can enjoy the Merlin engines over there because they are going to be taxiing the Lancaster and the Mosquito as well, so look forward to that and hearing those engines. Oh yes, lots of you I know on the show really love the de Havilland Mosquito, and for good reason. Don't blame me there. Yes buddy, all right. Video in bulb being video, that's cool, I love that, nice one. Like I said, lots to see here, lots to do. You've got the B25 Mitchell, which I've been delighted to hear that they are just waiting for 2 engines so they can get this in taxi-worthy condition. I think I may be going in that for a taxi experience. I think I will invest. All proceeds, so when you purchase or for someone or for yourself, if you're fortunate enough to get in a taxi ride in a Mosquito or a Lancaster, 2 things. One, the funds go towards the restoration of Just Jane, because it'll be amazing.
To go now before we start the activities out on the airfield.
Nice.
First Mosquito taxi run.
Oh yeah.
That'll be at 12:30.
Okay.
And then we'll be into the flight program. We'll be having the pilot's briefing at 12 noon.
Okay.
So after that, I'll bring you the latest updates on the flight schedule for the day. But it's going to be a really good program, bookended by taxi runs, the Mosquito on its own at the start, and then the Lancaster and Mosquito at the end of the day. Go along to the information stand in order to find out all the details you need, including entering the raffle. Just £2 a strip for tickets for the raffle to win a taxi ride on the Lancaster at the end of the show today. A really good cause. The proceeds all going towards the Lancaster restoration here.
Oh,
and the
Claire's got them.
Also,
she'll be back in a bit.
Delighted to gain your support for the Wings campaign, restoring the wings of Just Jane. The Lancaster restoration stand is next to the information stand. The team would be delighted to talk to you about that, and also, in case you might be interested, to sign up for one of the other supporter tiers that all will also provide backing towards this magnificent restoration project here at East Kirkby.
Thank you. Thanks man, how you doing? You all good? You all well? Good. Oh, that's good. Hi, yeah, all right. Oh, nice one. Oh, you're right. Yes, good, thank you. All good. Oh yeah, the whole family here to watch this. Yeah. You take care, yeah? Thanks, man. Yeah, take care. See you later. I do love this air show, it's so good. It's such a family-orientated air show. A bit like Old Buckingham as well, that family sort of connection. And like I said, I didn't get to finish today. There are 2 things about the Lancaster taxi experience as well, and the Mosquito, and everything you purchase here, even the tickets, all proceeds go to getting Just Jane up in the skies again. Now, I was going to say that when you do and are fortunate enough to go in a bomber, your mind starts going in places. It really does. You start to go into a different world. You start to imagine what it could be like, you know, and what it was like for these young men. And I say young men, whether they were going in a fighter aircraft, but a bomber. You know, you're inside, and when programs change into the darkness, you're going up 40,000 feet or 24,000 feet. into the darkness. You feel that you can see like flashes of the flak. You know, you're there, you're concentrating. But there are two elements. You know, there's nothing wrong with fear as well. You know, I read a lot of books and I do watch a lot of videos, and fear is good. Fear is a good. Fear will keep you focused. It's when you panic, and I think as a civilian going in a bomber in that shell, I think for us civilians, when we're in there, when we start to panic, and that's where you lose focus. You need to be a team in that. You need to keep focus to give you the ability to at least get by, to make that decision to bail out, to make that decision to hang in there, and to accept all this flak enemy fighters at your 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock high, all this kind of stuff. It's you know, it's for those that are new to the channel, welcome. I do talk a lot about the history and how things work, and how things change, tactics, even Curtis LeMay as well, which you may know of from the mighty 8th Air Force, and all this kind of stuff and tactics, the earlier B-17s that were here, even down to, I've got a really good book, it's called Battles with the Luftwaffe as well. That's a really good book, because it's all very well listening to one side of the story, but you can get a lot of information from the other side of the story as well, like tactics. You know, when you've got the tactics of B-17s getting into formation, the effectiveness, these young men, you know, the idea of having the Flying Fortress, having all those guns around it, they didn't really, they felt invincible. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how problematic a puzzle is, there will be a way to penetrate that, or at least to solve the solution, and the Luftwaffe did just that. Because at the end of the day, if you've got a formation of, let's say, 16 B-17s or even 20, just imagine that they were water jets. Might sound funny, but just think about it. If you were in a 109 and they were all spraying water at you, it's almost impossible not to get wet, right? So imagine that, replace that for the machine guns that they were firing. So, you know, when the Augsburg raid happened in 1942, the Luftwaffe encountered the Lancaster for the first sort of time, you know, because it was deep into Germany, and you know, they weren't sure about it. They weren't, you know, what's its weaknesses, what's its strengths, and it's the same with the B-17. So what the Luftwaffe found, that the best and most effective way would be to attack the B-17s from the front. You take out the pilot, it's game over, right? But there is a problem. What you don't realise, and you don't get that sensation, I know a lot of people play simulators and stuff like that, you don't get that combined speed. You are going, let's just pick 250 miles per hour, the bomber's going 250 miles per hour. That's a combined speed of 500 miles per hour. Do you know how many meters you travel in 1 second? I'll let you do the maths, I ain't gonna do it. But in 1 second, you have probably traveled, what, 400 meters? That's probably not a bad, you know, in 500 miles per hour combined speed. Anyway, what I'm saying is that the Luftwaffe found that a bit of an issue, although that was the weakness for the B-17s. The problem is every second literally counts. What they found, they had to adjust the cannons by, they adjusted it because they only had a 5-second window, if that. Not only that, you got to remember, once you have completely destroyed the B-17, the debris, it then becomes your problem. It's almost like an asteroid field coming at you. So these are the tactics and things that, you know, that you got to remember, that whatever role you're playing in that bomber, are you going to keep focused? You could be a flight engineer, your pilot's been hit. What do? You know, your rear gunner's been taken out. What do? Do you panic? Because some of these were best friends. They became brothers. It was a brotherhood. You need to keep that connected no matter what you're going through. And you know, I was sat in Just Jane, or I had fortunate enough to have a taxi ride, and my brain started to go, and you know, you've only got a thin sheet of metal between you and -50 degrees Celsius. ouch, that's cold. Breathing apparatus gets taken down. Some of the engines power different things. Some of the engines powered the heating system, but for the flight jackets, if that engine goes, you're going to freeze, you're going to get cold. You have to wear gloves, you can't touch anything, your fingers stick to the metal. You know, it's a teamwork, brotherhood out there, and it's amazing to understand that many young men just lied about their age to be in that. And you think, you know, if you can endure one memory, imagine doing 2 of those sorties. A bit of formation in the overhead, a 2-ship. This sounds good. Sounds a bit T6-y. These yaks. It looks like the yaks. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It was a yak. It did sound like a T6 at one point, but they are yak. It's yak 52, are they?
Those are the 2 Yak 52s.
Yep.
of the Flying Comrades team making their first appearance at East Kirkby this year. They'll be on towards the end of today's flying programme, taxiing up now to join the flight line. A reminder that we get underway with the Mosquito taxi run to start things off at 12:30. Meantime, 20 minutes to go before the D-Day Darlings give the first of their 2 performances of the day in the hangar.
You can see the writing there, Medved, which means bear in Russian, I think. I know they use that in Slovakian as well, Medved, and in Czech Republic they use that, Medved. Which means bear. In Polish it's niedźwiedź. In let me have a look. I think in Italian also. In Greek, Artura. How many? Oh dear. Lithuanian Merska.
Display teams is the show today with 2 fast-running tours of the Firebirds. Another new act for this year's show.
There we go. How to say bear in many languages. You know how I am, random as usual. Random facts for you to enjoy. Got quite a few arrivals here. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Still quite a few arrivals. Oh, look what we got here now.
Oh, Tom. He hasn't done it sometime.
Oh, this looks good. Skills there, skills. Look at this. Firebirds. they'll be displaying today, Firebirds. And for those that remember the dust displays that they do with pyrotechnics, quite magnificent. Oi, oi, you're right. Yeah. Nice shot of the Firebirds there. Here he is. He's got food there now. Pizzas, chucking. Okay, 1 second, I'll be right back. Are you alright? Just for me, is it? Oh wow! No, yeah? Is it? Oh, I like this. Oh, no way, yes! Oh, wow! Thank you very much. Oh, wow! Thank you. Thank you, yeah. Oh. Yeah, the bag's quite useful. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's awesome, thank you. So lovely, lovely present from the crew there. Actually, the Spanner Flight crew there. Look at this. Cool, look at that. If I move that over there a little bit. Hang on. Let me get the focus right on that. Look at that, thank you. Little present from the lads there. Pretty cool, isn't it? Nicely done. Thank you very much. The Ted Coningsby's museum is growing. Oh, cheers, man.
Hi.
Hello, you alright?
Yeah, we've seen you.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Could we maybe have a photo?
Yes, sure. Yeah, while I'm down here, always take advantage of having a photo while I'm here. Yeah, with Ted, of course, right? Okay, cool. Where are we going? Just here? Yeah? Okay. Alright, you're doing a selfie. Cool.
Okay, it's nearly time for me to head off to the pilot's briefing, after which I'll run you through the complete flying programme. In the meantime, go and enjoy the performance by the D-Day Darlings. They'll be performing inside the hangar at 12 o'clock.
They've got a car. Cool. Oh, yeah.
Keep holding it.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Bless him. Oh, love it. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Hope you're buzzing. Hope you're feeling well. Christopher Carr, no, we don't have the tanks for this air show. It's usually on Lancs and Tanks. which was when, what was that, May? Was it May time, wasn't it? You got it, yeah? Nice, he's got it, that's good. So welcome to the show, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit that like button, let's get things buzzing and growing and getting ready for today's wonderful air show at East Kirkby, home of Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, the famous, most successful heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, the Avro Lancaster, which kind of developed from a bit of a problematic aircraft, which, if you are a regular to the show, the Avro Manchester, which it actually was derived from the specification of the Air Ministry. Of course, things started out with probably a very interesting aircraft, the Paralyzer from Handley Page 0, until the Handley Page Hayford, which was kind of laughed at. It was a huge biplane, which actually, now that I've been studying a lot of the aircraft, they're actually starting to look a bit similar. So from the short Stirling to the developed from the short Sunderland, to the short Stirling, to the Hayford, to the Hampden, you can see a few similarities, but some aircraft kind of outdated themselves when they come out. For one, the Gloucester Gladiator or the Handley Page Hayford bomber, they were aircraft that kind of served a little bit too late for their creation. But that's what invention, feat of engineering is all about, because it's obviously making things a little bit future-proof. But if you can't see the future and what's coming round, well, you only have to look at future projects such as the Tempest to know that these things take possibly decades. So just quickly before everything starts, I might as well run in and do my history, shall we? How we doing? I've got aeroplane models as well to show you and go through all the details. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, commentator and historian as well. And just wanted to, I've got a few pictures. I'll tell you what I have done as well. I've ordered a Handley Page Hayford bomber sort of fact sheet. You can't, unless you're going to build one with Airfix. Maybe I can commission Nick Ward. Yeah, maybe to actually build one, because they're very hard to get a die-cast one. I choose die-cast because you've seen, you know, they just put in a van and they're not really, you know, kept very, very safe. That's why I always have super glue with me. But yeah, I mean, the idea of a 4-engine bomber was something that the Air Ministry were thinking about. Let's face it, pre-World War II, in fact, something that was discussed in the 30s, there wasn't even going to be a bomber command. In fact, they were even thinking of banning bombing, as in aerial bombing. They were going to ban it, and they had to justify what is a military target, and so on and so on. So it's quite an in-depth thing, which is why I've only got probably less than 35 minutes to go into detail before things start kicking off. But what I will say, because we've got a Lancaster bomber here, what I can do is tell you a little bit about Air Ministry specifications, because I always thought, you know, let's take the Short brothers. They were making aircraft. Vickers, Avro, like with Roy Chadwick. You've also got Supermarine. Now you think, hang on a minute, Supermarine made Spitfires. They made flying boats first, but then they made a Spitfire, correct, but they were going to make a very first 4-engine bomber. In fact, it was chosen to become the first 4-engine bomber, but things happen, which I will deviate and tell you all about it. So first of all, when I was looking at and studying this, even today, are you a aircraft manufacturing company? Do you just make an aircraft and go, hello Air Ministry, here's what I've got, would you like it? It kind of occurred to me to actually find out the process. Can you make an aircraft and show it to the Air Ministry to maybe take on for the Royal Air Force or Coastal Command? Yes and no. You see, there are already companies, and the thing is, it was almost like a fight to get the go-ahead. And it's true, because if you look at the YF-22 and the YF-23, you know, you've got the Northrop versus Lockheed, all right? If you get the go-ahead, that is a lot of money for you, right? Well, it's the same thing that happened in World War II. There were things called operational requirement, and the Air Ministry brought out a system where there'll be a specification. Things were made to a specification. If you created something, then the Air Ministry could give you a specification so that it can fall under. Everything was categorized. There was a letter to denominate whether it was a heavy bomber or a medium bomber. There was a letter, heavy bomber was a letter B, medium bomber was a P for Papa, F for fighter, there was a naval, there was also X for like special, like secret stuff. There was Navy, there was Army, there was a letter. And then there'll be a numerical, how do I say? There'll be a numerical number. That's really bad English there, sorry. There'll be it'll go in numerical order. That's the one. When you submit, the submission will be numerical. So this is how it would work. So imagine it was 1940 for a heavy bomber, which was a letter B, all right? If I was the first company to put in a submission, it'll be number 1, all right? And then you put / and 40, all right? So are you with me so far? Because the second submission, say, I don't know, Tim Gooch made a bomber aircraft, right, for another specification. His will be number 2 / 40. You've got Daniel Walker. The next submission will be number 3, then number 4, then number 5, / the year. So when the year lapsed and went into 1941, it will start to go to number 1 again. But you can still have a different letter, but the number will keep going up and up until the next year. So if there was like, I don't know, 50 submissions by 1940 on the last day, in 1941 it will get reset to 1, all right? So each letter meant something else. So Supermarine were actually developing the very first 4-engine bomber. And it was, first of all, the Supermarine 316. Now, this was made under specification B1236. Okay, so now you know it was the 12th submission, which means there were 11 other submissions before then in 1936. So I'll repeat, B12 / 36. Now this bomber was 97 feet wingspan, and it had it was 73 feet 6 inches, all right? It was done to a requirement because specification B1236, what I didn't tell you, each specification had an operational requirement. So if you look at the list, it's got an O and an R, and it will tell you things that it had to be had to have these certain specifics. First of all, it had to be over 300 miles per hour, that specification. Had to have a reasonable cruise speed over 250, I think it was. The Air Ministry needed a payload of about 14,000 pounds, all right? So it had to have specific things. They developed this into Supermarine 317. There was prototypes 318, I think it was, and they were really pushing the 318. 317 had Bristol Hercules engines, and don't forget, Supermarine, the main designer was R.J. Mitchell. Now listen to what happened. That submission also, that specification also had the Short brothers developing something, the S29. They too had a 14,000 pound payload. It had a wingspan of 99 feet because the Air Ministry said that it had, they didn't want it exceeding 100 feet. It wasn't because of the hangars. Don't listen to that. That's not true, because hangars during World War II could do way over 115, if more, maybe 125 feet they could open up to. So that myth is gone. All right, we busted it, and I too was a victim, but I delved deeper because I thought, hang on a minute, the Halifax has got 104 feet of wingspan. Why was that allowed? But I'll tell you about that in a moment. So they developed they were going to put Merlin engines, but they said it was too dangerous. The Air Ministry said no, so they brought it back to the 317, and they got the go-ahead to make 2 prototypes, and it was going to be called at the time, Supermarine 317. Okay, so it had these engines were about 1,300 horsepower, 4 of them, 4-engine bomber, the RAS first. However, 26th of September 1940, that's when problems happened. R.J. Mitchell passed away in 1937, and the 2 prototypes were bombed. What does that mean? Well, the go-ahead fortunately, out of these unfortunate events, was given to the short Sterling bomber. All right, this too was made under B12/36. Now, this 4-engine beast was kind of developed from the short Sunderland. Now, I'll show you the short Sunderland. Show you our short Sterling bomber. All right, it was huge. It was a beast. It really was. It was nearly 7 meters tall. It had the 14. It didn't have blue tack at the time, but hey. So if you imagine a short Sunderland bomber, what the Short brothers did, they removed the bottom part, they removed the lower deck, the gull. They removed that and basically skimmed it a little bit. They kept this angle here. This was for sea spray, but there was something that they added, a huge long opening here, the bomb bay doors, which I've got here at 13 meters. The bomb bay, that's about 47 feet. The other cool thing that the Sterling had 2 extra bomb bays here and here, 2 square ones, just on the insides here of the wing. All right. One problem. Now, we spoke about inventions and technology. The bomb bay doors, even at that length, had these 2 extra little dividers in there. This was the problem, because the RAF were making bigger, heavier bombs. It could take 2,000-pound bombs, fine, but the RAF was starting to make cookie bombs, more effective, 4,000-pound bombs. They also made 6,000, 8,000, 14,000 tall boy, and 22,000, but that was for Lancaster, but we'll talk about that later. The problem was you couldn't fit 4,000-pound bomb. You couldn't fit any more than a 2,000-pound bomb, just a single bomb in there. That's all you could do. This was a bit of a problem. Also, if you fully load and fully fuel this, there are some positives, which I'll go through, because it was loved. The short Sterling was loved. The short Sterling, fully loaded, fully fueled, could only get a service ceiling of 16,500 feet. Now, 2 things about that. If you're going through the Alps, going to be a little bit bumpy. If you're in a Lancaster or Halifax, you've got about 24,000 feet, 22,000, 24,000 and so on. Comfortable ride. In fact, even if you were in a Wellington bomber, that could do about 19,000 feet. However, the Short brothers thickened the wings. They added gouge flaps. I thought this was only a modern thing. Gouge flaps actually could retract. There were flaps that you see on modern aircraft, man. They were doing this back then. I know. And it was brought into service at RAF Leeming with today's number 7 squadron. Actually, they fly Chinooks today. So that was at RAF Leeming. Could do 282 miles per hour with the 14,000-pound bomb load. However, that was the bit of the problem, was the actual fully loaded, fully fueled. But because of the stubby wings, right, they couldn't exceed 100 feet. That was the requirement. It was nothing to do with the hangars. Because of the stubby wings, it was able to outmaneuver in a defensive situation against, like, for example, 110s, ME-110s. How cool is that? Or BF-110s. So how cool was that? So when they didn't need the lift from the wings, they could actually make them smaller, or at least thinner, shall we say. Not thinner, might be, have less wing area. So when you got probably a smaller stall speed if you're going to do that. But this was our first ever 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force. Look at that, a beautiful short Sterling bomber. Now, what happened in 1943 to it? Well, okay, because the Halifax was introduced a year later, and actually no, correction, it was on the same year, 1940. This entered service in August 1940. The Halifax entered service in November, so towards the end of the year. By 1943, this became the bomber that didn't bomb in the end, because it could take 14,000 pound of bomb load, small ones. What they decided to do, effective from RAF Fairford and RAF Bryce Norton, it was used to tow the Horsa glider. Now, you probably think, why don't use a Dakota? Well, if you've got an aircraft that can do 282 miles per hour, was made to actually take bombs, this was actually more effective than a Dakota for taking troops on D-Day, and this is exactly what it did. It also did SEO missions, SOE missions. SEO is a YouTube, like, Google search engine orientation. SOE missions, sorry. And it would also do it was also took part in D-Day for other operations such as Operation Glimmer, which would drop window, which is basically like chaff. So this was a bomber that was loved by the pilots because of its maneuverability. But anyway, what I'll show you is the Halifax quickly. This is the Handley Page Halifax that was brought out. This was made to specification P1336. Now remember, the Short Stirling and the Supermarine 317 was made under specification B12. So this came in after. So that's what that tells you. So the Halifax entered service in November 1940. With 35 Squadron at Linton-on-Ouse. It had a 104-foot wingspan, and it was powered by Bristol Hercules Mark III engines at the time. It had a 13,000-pounder bomb load as well. The bomb bay doors were 22 feet long, 6.7 meters on this, and it had a few teething issues. Because of these. If you look at earlier model, the fins here were kidney shaped. This was a bit of a problem because it could actually in evasive maneuvers against enemy fighters, it would actually start to spin, and they found out it was all to do with these fins. They changed them to these more of a almost rectangular, bit like the Lancaster really. So they found that was a design flaw. The other thing on the Merlin engines, what they found, because it did have Merlin engines as well, what they found, the heat and the flames that would come out on the bombers, they had to introduce, even on the Hercules engines as well, when at night, because they switched to nighttime bombing, what they found, another flaw, was the flames coming out of the exhaust. So they had to come up with having the dampeners on them. Because if you think about it, if they were really focusing on daytime operations, flames really didn't matter, but at night they do. And again, my book, the Battles with the Luftwaffe, reading stories of German night fighters, all they were looking for the flames at night. Big giveaway. And pilots would say, we'll just aim right in the middle. You could see about 4, depending on the angle, you could see 4 flames coming out. Just aim in the middle, that's what they would say. So again, looking at tactics from an enemy point of view can actually start to learn more about the aircraft. But the only problem is, that said though, when you start adding dampeners like this, then you start to create more drag, and that's a speed's worst enemy, is drag. But anyway, this was made on the same specification, P1336 was Avro's next mission, the Avro Manchester. Now, just before we go on to the show, the Avro Manchester, which was designated as Avro 679, given the same specification as the Handley Page Halifax, the next one was the Avro Manchester. Now I've only got a photo to show you this. It could reach speeds of 265 miles per hour, speeds of speed of 265, and it also had a payload of 10,350. It did have a service ceiling of 19,200. However, what you'll find is that they retired it in 1942. Why? Well, it was all because of the engines, and I'll show you. Oh yeah, you're right. Good. So this is, actually I'll show you a photo, shall I? Let's show you a photo. I've got one here. Can't get a model of this because very difficult. Now I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it looks like an Avro Lancaster, which is quite good because we are going to get the taxi rides coming soon. This is the Avro Manchester. Now you're probably thinking, Nikos, what's this got to do with the Lancaster? The Lancaster was actually made in the same specification category. P1336 developed from this. Now it had pretty much all the specifications of the Lancaster. However, the very first Mark 1A had a central tail fin. It had 3 tails on it. All right, 3 tail fins, but they got rid of it on the next one. And what they did, they increased the rear by about 3 meters wide, by about 1.5 meters each side. So they extended that. Now I'm going to tell you something really cool. So what did Roy Chadwick do? What happened to the Manchester? Well, Lady Shenton Teddy Bears, making its debut with 207 Squadron at Waddington, had a bit of a problem. You see, the problem was the Rolls-Royce engines. It was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, on paper, they were really good. 1760 horsepower. Sounds good, right? The problem is the engines weren't ready. A lot of aircraft during World War II, whether it was US Army Air Force or Royal Air Force, sometimes they were forced into combat. They would just say, yeah, let's just roll this out. The problem is you're going to get teething issues like the Halifax found out, because the Halifax was a great bomber. It's just, imagine if they found the teething issues of the tail fins. It would have been a great bomber. But hey, this is what aviation's all about, learning. So what happened? Well, the engines, the bearings inside the engines would heat up and catch fire. Don't forget, it was a twin-engine bomber, the Avro Manchester. It was a twin-engine. It wasn't a Halifax four-engine bomber style. Only had the two, but rated at 1760. The problem is, those ball bearings, once they heat up, they catch fire. You usually find that the Avro Manchester was a great bomber, but on the way back, the engine would heat up, catch fire. Engine 1 will also do the same. The other thing as well, the propellers will start to feather as well. That could also cause problems inside the engine. It was grounded several times, about maybe a dozen times it was grounded. It wasn't good enough. The likes of RAF Coningsby behind me had 97 Squadron and 106 Squadron, and 106 Squadron were operating the Handley Page Hamdens, while 97 Squadron were operating the Avro Manchester. Sometimes squadrons would go on their own without their fellow squadrons because the Manchester was grounded. So what Roy Chadwick and Avro did, they decided to extend the wings right up to 102 feet. So they added 6 foot either side. They added 4 new engines, completely new. They were indeed the Merlin 20, Rolls-Royce Merlin 20. It had a fantastic, well, I was going to say the payload eventually you could get £22,000, but it could take on a normal payload £18,000 of payload. That is immense. Most modern aircraft could only just about do that, and that's modern aircraft, which is amazing. 33-foot bomb bay. It was huge, 5 foot wide. Absolute beauty. It was the beauty, and it was made. It did have the problem with the heat here, with the flames coming out at night, but they decided to add the dampeners at a cost of drag. So there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This is just a quick brief history while we can, and I hope you enjoyed that. So we should have our Mosquito been taxied out very, very shortly, or at least been towed out, actually. Here we go. Now then, we will also talk about the Mosquito as well. So the wooden legend, predominantly made out of wood. Now this is probably never going to fly, unfortunately, because it has been kind of glued, obviously not your usual everyday glue. It has been bonded together. But this is the de Havilland Mosquito, and started life out as a de Havilland DH-98. It was a twin-engine multi-role combat aircraft, the Wooden Wonder, or the Mozzie. And in 1941, it was one of the world's fastest ever operational aircraft. Introduced on the 17th of November 1941, took its first flight on the 25th of November 1940, retired as late as 1963 as well. Played a major part in the Far East as well, and its earlier Mark 16s. Yes. So it had a crew of 2, a pilot and a bomb aimer navigator. Wingspan at 54 feet 2 inches, at 16.51 meters. At an empty weight of 14,300. So if you imagine a Typhoon's empty weight is 24,000 pounds. actually nearly half the weight of an F-35A, actually, empty weight. Powered by 2 Rolls-Royce Merlin V12 liquid-cooled piston engines. They were rated at 1710 with a 3-bladed constant speed propellers. Max speed at 415 miles per hour. Had a good range at 1,300 miles with a 37,000 service ceiling. Guns, plenty. 4 7.7mm Browning machine guns and 4 20mm Hispano cannons. It could also take some bombs as well, and 4,000 pound of rockets. Could take about 8, 4 and 4 each side. Avionics had the G radio navigation system as well. So you can see the flame dampeners. Yeah, very good. Just seen that now. Very good. You can see how that's been developed. RAF Marham and their Mosquitoes played vital roles during the Second World War as well. Marham's definitely a place that can resonate with the Mosquito. But yeah, well spotted with the dampeners on this one. Nice to see you all paying attention. Love it. I do have a model without it. So during the Second World War, to produce many Mosquitoes, the country was subject to a furniture rationing. And furniture was rationed only to newlyweds and those that have been bombed out. In fact, those that were making, were manufacturing furniture were played quite a major part, using their factories to develop or at least make parts for the Mosquito. Steve Madison, we were here not long ago, a few months ago, for Langton Tanks. So I hope you enjoy this, ladies and teddy bears. It is something that, it's a pleasure to be here, and a big thank you to all those involved here to make a wonderful, wonderful air show, and a big thank you to Andy Canton for allowing us to have the opportunity to broadcast this live to all of you out there. If you'd like to donate to Just Jane, we have a link pinned and in the description as well. Every little helps to put towards Just Jane flying again, which we will see start up, and Taxi. She's not airworthy just yet. It does take a long time. Lots of parts need careful restoration. Well, enjoy this. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at, I nearly said RAF East Kirkby. It wouldn't be a total lie. It was once RAF East Kirkby, but it is indeed Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre's East Kirkby Airshow. Okay. That's good. Here we go. How's it going? All right? You okay? Yeah, good.
Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre for the 2025 East Kirkby Airshow, and we begin with one of those sights that in the UK you can only see here, that of an active de Havilland Mosquito. This is the Mosquito NF2, owned by Tony Agar, which has been so lovingly restored over so many years. It's one of the most momentous projects that we've ever seen in British aircraft preservation. The story of how one man, with many enthusiastic helpers, but very much led by Tony, has managed to make possible the sight we now see in front of us. Only active Mosquito in Europe, and it all came about when Tony Agar found the remains of a Mosquito B17, which had been used for crash rescue training at Chorley in Lancashire. This was way back in 1971. The largest sections of the aircraft that remained extant, the parts of the wing undercarriage assemblies. He went on to buy the cockpit for just £7 at an auction in Blackpool, and this was the start of the project that's resulted in this outstanding piece of aeronautical heritage. Finished as a Mosquito NF2 night fighter, taking the identity from the cockpit of an aircraft that served with numbers 141 and 169 squadrons. Serial HJ711 was that identity, and that was the aircraft that scored the first aerial victory for number 169 Squadron, operating operating out of Little Snoring in Norfolk in 1944, shooting down a Messerschmitt Bf 110 twin-engine fighter of the Luftwaffe, just west of Berlin. sight beyond compare. Tony Agar's Mosquito.
Lovely. Love it when everyone applauds. That's so good.
Seeing that aeroplane in such outstanding taxiable condition, it beggars belief the efforts behind making it so. This aeroplane has made use of parts and assemblies from countless different Mosquitos. It was the most astonishing restoration effort, with help from friends and partners all over the world, providing items that contributed to what we've just seen. And we'll be seeing the Mosquito in action once again later on, and very appropriately too, because this year marks the 85th anniversary of the maiden flight of the prototype of this outstanding de Havilland aeroplane, one that served with such great versatility across myriad roles and demonstrated incredible performance for a twin-engined aircraft. More on the Mosquito later. For now, before I run through the flying programme, a quick message for the owner of a blue Honda Jazz, registration Bravo Whiskey 69 Delta Uniform Victor. Will you please return to your vehicle? I believe the lights have been left on in this case. That's a blue Honda Jazz BW69 DUV. Please return to your vehicle. I think the lights have been left off. From the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, Lancaster pilot Mike Chatterton was at the controls of the Mosquito for the taxi run today. It will be teaming up with the Lancaster to perform a joint taxi run at the end of the show. Now, the flying programme, we've had the pilot's briefing. Sorry, this is a little later coming to you than I'd intended, but we've got a full lineup. Glory be, nothing so far has interfered to take us beyond the current version of the flying programme. So, in just a few minutes, we'll be seeing the Boeing Stearman Cadet training biplane joining us. That won't be landing here. Then at 1 o'clock, we've got the first of the two taxi runs, or the three taxi runs in this case, for Lancaster Just Jane, the first of its two individual taxi runs, that is. That's followed by something new for East Kirkby, the Bell 47 H1, that very historic helicopter, the oldest airworthy Bell 47 in Europe. That'll be on following the Lancaster, then a classic American type we see many times here, but very appropriate to have it up here in Bomber County, representing the US Army Air Force's bomber operations of World War II, B17 Flying Fortress Sally B in its 50th anniversary display season on the circuit. Then we've got the two very exciting Vans RB4s of the Firebirds aerobatic team. They're followed by more aerobatics, this time of the individual variety from the Mudry Cap 10. And then we've got a Spitfire we've not seen at East Kirkby before, a desert camouflaged Mark 9 owned by Mark Bennett. After that, another new act for East Kirkby, the Jet Parahawks. Something I have never seen before. I'm sure many of you have never seen before. Watch out for them. They'll be on after the Spitfire at about 20 to 3. Then the second Lancaster taxi run, the second of the individual runs, will be at 3 o'clock. We've got a short departure slot after that for some of our fly-in visitors wanting to get home. Before then, the Rotorsport Calidus Autogyro takes centre stage for some very different rotary wing action. And then great favourites here, the Tiger Club Turbulent Team will be going through their barnstorming antics at about 3:45. After them, we've got the Yakovlev Yak-3, that very potent Soviet fighter of World War II. A pair of Yakovlev Yak-52 training aircraft from the Flying Comrades aerobatic team will be entertaining us after that. And then closing out the flying activities will be a very unusual duo of the Harvard Wacky Wabbit, which we've had here before, and a Battle of Britain veteran, Hurricane 1, operated by Hurricane 501 from Duxford. They'll be flying both together and individually before at 5 o'clock we see that fantastic joint taxi run by the Lancaster and the Mosquito together. Okay, well, we've just been informed this very moment that we won't actually be seeing the first aircraft on the programme. As has been pointed out, I cursed it by saying that the schedule was running according to plan.
Oh dear.
Unfortunately, due to a radio failure, the steerman cadet not able to perform for us. It should have been with us pretty much now. So there'll now be a short intermission before the Lancaster goes for its individual taxi run at 1 o'clock.
Oh, well, that's a shame, and well, that does happen. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. How we doing? Hope you're good. So we're joined, naturally, our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted's excited, and so am I. It's good to see this. Very, very good afternoon, good evening, good day, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This is squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Martin Harris, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards march to you, and Damon Head, who's joined our posh officers as well. Margot, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. But Andrew and the team at East Kirkby and all the members who keep the legends memories alive. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful air show. New Rail Bashers reached 24 months membership. Thank you very much. Happy 2 years here. Can't be with you today as it's 200 years of the railways in Derby. Have a great day. Much love. Thank you very much. NRB, thank you very much for that. Living the dream, loving the glorious sunshine in Lanzarote, but still getting my TCS live stream fix. Looking forward to seeing the Turbulent Team and Just Jane. Oh yeah, the Turbulent Team are something normally you would say don't try this at home, but in this case, don't try this at your airfield. Alex Raven, how you doing? Wow, 10 months and 2 TCS meets. Thank you all, and Nikos, thank you very much. Richard Blount with 2 years membership. Oi oi, can't believe it's been 2 years already. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Guards March. Mark Garwood with 4 months membership. Oi oi, I'll be at Eastbourne on the 16th. We'll have a good time. Yeah, we'll just have a good time there. Real Hope TV, high five, Guards March. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Jane Ann, thank you as well. A high five, and thanks for that. High five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. David Binch, thank you very much for your 16 months membership. And Margot, thank you very much for your super sticker. So, won't be long now to having our Lancaster taxiing out. Unfortunately, as you heard, the steerman has had to cancel the display due to a radio failure. Hope everything's okay. There's our Lancaster over there. Look at that, all the people. That is such a good shot. I love detail, you know, as well, to get that. That's beautiful. So you'll notice 2 serial numbers, KB976. This means that that rear section is from a different aircraft while it's been restored. And also the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum as well have also donated, and or shall we say lent, a part to Just Jane while she's been restored. So the Lancaster was actually serving here at East Kirkby when it was an active RAF base. It was built late on into the war, same sort of time as RAF Fairford in 1943. So you're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at East Kirkby Airshow at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good and well. And I'll tell you what, I've got really... So one of our fans called Dylan, who's here today, he's done something really cool. He spent a lot of time with this. And I'll show you what he's made. It's really cool. It's like a full-on fact sheet of just Jane, and it's some really interesting fact sheet made by Dylan. So this is from Dylan. Look what Dylan's made, bless him. Look at this. Made for us. Thank you very much, Dylan. Now we are at former East Kirkby.
First appearance of Lancaster Just Jane on its taxi runs during today's programme. There's an opportunity to reflect a little on why we're here and the background to this wonderful Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Hopefully there'll be plenty of you in the crowd who haven't been to this marvellous place before and are getting your first taste of this incredible organisation and this really very emotional location at our air show today. This airfield was opened as RAF East Kirkby in late July 1943 as part of number 5 group within RAF Bomber Command. By the end of August 1943, number 57 Squadron, whose Lancasters bore the squadron code DX, Delta X, its large size.
He's got my notes, man. He's got my notes.
Its first raid on the 30th of August that year to targets at Mönchengladbach and Rhein. Number 630 Squadron, whose squadron codes are LE, Lima Echo, joined it also on Lancasters that October.
This is great.
Figures relating to the Lancaster operation from this airfield during wartime really bear out the level of sacrifice that the crews flying from here experienced, and which is emblematic of the sacrifice of the whole of Bomber Command. There were in total 140 flown from East Kirkby, totaling some 20,000 flying hours. They saw 121 of this stationed aircraft lost on operations, plus 20 that were lost, 29 that were lost in training. It came at the cost of 848 of these personnel killed, 150.
Oh no. If you didn't quite catch that, bless him. Yeah, 212 operations were flown from East Kirkby. 121 Lancasters that were based here were lost, and 29 further aircraft were lost due to accidents and air crashes.
At the cost of 848 of the station's personnel who lost their lives, and 157 taken prisoner. 61 personnel from East Kirkby were awarded decorations, of which 42 were the Distinguished Flying Cross. Lancaster NX 611, which is shortly to start up in front of us for its first taxi run of the day, pays tribute to all who flew from East Kirkby during wartime, and indeed more broadly, all who served, and particularly those who fell in the service of RAF Bomber Command. And it's very appropriate especially to see this aeroplane here this year, in this 80th anniversary year of victory in Europe.
And ladies, gents, teddy bears, 57 Squadron still operate today. They are and play a major part at RAF Cranwell, training our future military pilots on the Prefect T1. And that's the markings that you can see today on just Jane. So you'll see the DX, Delta X-ray, on one side, and LE, Lima Echo. Now, traditionally the singular letter marks the flight itself, so you get A to Z. They actually have the initials of the Panton brothers, so you'll see the LE, F and DXH on the other side, so you'll see that in just a moment. They're the initials of Harold and Fred. So that's what the second initial, that's the letters that you get. So you got the two squadron markings.
The first start of the day by East Kirkby's resident Lancaster, Just Jane.
Okay, enjoy the sounds, ladies and gents. Steady, here we go. Yeah, so you got DX on one side representing 57 Squadron who were based here, and LE 630 Squadron that were based here as well.
The chocks have been removed, and here we go.
So moving on from 1942, the prototypes arrived at RAF Waddington BT-308 with 3 tail fins, just like the very first Avro Manchester, followed by DG-595, which removed the central tail fin, and it was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III until a decision was made to be called the Avro Lancaster. So if it wasn't for the Avro Manchester, we would not have this beauty. one day we may see this fly. this year's TED party. We've still got tickets. We've got about 26 tickets left, and we are raising money for just Jane for this very Lancaster NX611 to help keep her project alive so that she may fly again. Shot. This is a what a shot, isn't it? Look at this. There you go. There you go.
one of the most visceral sights in all of aviation heritage. Lancaster, Just Jane.
Nice, lovely.
Sam Worthington-Lees in command for the first of 3 appearances by NX611 today. And in this VE Day 80th anniversary year, it's also really important to remember the history of this particular airframe because it's also 80 years old this year. This aircraft, serial NX611, built at the Austin Motors factory at Longbridge in Birmingham in April 1945. It was one of the Lancaster 7s that were allocated for use by the RAF's so-called Tiger Force in operations in the Far East. Of course, the dropping of the 2 atomic bombs
Squadron
on
Mission
Japan
21
meant that the Tiger Force would not, in the end, be needed. So the aircraft was declared surplus to requirements. It ended up serving with the French Naval Air Arm, the Aeronautique Navale, for many years in the maritime and cartography roles. But it's also another important anniversary this year, 60 years since this aircraft entered the world of preservation, when it was brought back to the UK from New Caledonia, where it had been serving with the French in the then ownership of the Historical Aircraft Preservation Society, which kept the aeroplane airworthy for a few years before it was grounded. Well, now the target is, of course, to get this aircraft flying once again here at East Kirkby with the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, and by coming here to this show today, you have helped achieve that.
Thanks to Dylan for this. These are all the liveries that it once had. So you heard our commentator about the New Caledonia. This is the livery that it was wearing, and this is another maritime reconnaissance livery that it served at. And at Scampton, when it was a gate guard, would have had these markings as well.
Lost property announcement: 4 Blue Anchor Leisure Privilege cards have been found in the crowd area. So please check if you're missing your Blue Anchor Leisure Caravan Owners Privilege cards. Please go to the information tent where they will have been handed in. Thank you.
So yeah, thanks to Dylan for showing me the liveries of NX611 in its history, which is fantastic. So thank you for that. One of our fans spent an awful lot of time just putting that together for us. So thank you very much. I promised him I'll get that on. So just behind, I think we've got our Bell 47. And if you are in the Yorkshire area, South Yorkshire, Doncaster, don't forget to check out the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum. Look at this. Check it out. They have open cockpit days and lots of stuff there where you can, very knowledgeable volunteers, and they've actually supplied and leased and lent out a part on Just Jane, so big shout out to them. It's just behind the top turret. Fantastic stuff, so do check out if you're in the Doncaster area. And it's a place where it used to be RAF Doncaster.
Right, well, we're now going to get on with the flying display activities today. A little later than we'd intended. In case you missed it earlier, the steerman suffered a radio problem, so was unable to join us as scheduled. But we're now back on track, and we're going to be so with a very, very interesting historic helicopter. In fact, it's new on the display circuit for 2025, and it's an exceptionally significant example of this machine. I'm sure there'll be plenty of you in the crowd today who are familiar with the Bell 47, particularly from the TV series MASH, detailing their exploits during the Korean War in the casualty evacuation role. Well, if you are, you'll think of the Bell 47 as a very capable but rather skeletal machine in terms of its design. Well, the same couldn't be said for the one we're about to see. And it is going to be described in part by my very good friend George Bacon, who knows the Bell 47 rather well, don't you, George?
George Bacon's here.
Sorry about that, slight technical fault, but thank you, Ben. It's lovely to be here. What an absolutely perfect
legends here.
and delightful location.
Ben and George.
It's wonderful to see so many people supporting this important aviation heritage organisation. The Bell 47, I always think, is the one that children always draw first. If you say, draw me a helicopter, they'll draw something with a big bubble on the front and a tail, and then some sort of rotor on the top. A bit like if you ask them to draw a fixed-wing aircraft, it's a T with a propeller on the front. And that's because it's ingrained, I think, in the world's culture and psyche, with so many famous television programs from back in the 50s and 60s. And as a generational aircraft, it was the very first to be registered as a civilian operation. And that is really quite unique. And it only runs a couple of decades after Sierra himself actually developed the Autogyro, one of which you're not going to see his, of course, but you're going to see a development of that later on. So it's really apt that you've got two very interesting rotorcraft here this afternoon. The G4, as it's more commonly known, is most likely to have been the one that the majority of people in the UK have seen, because that was operated as named as the Sioux by the British Army for a very long period of time. And during that period, I mean, they literally operated all over the world. Affectionately known as the Clockwork Mouse, of course, which I always think is a bit rude, because in many ways this was the very first multi-role helicopter. It did an enormous range of different jobs. Here we are in Bomber County. The one thing it didn't do was drop bombs, but it did literally everything else. I've got a photograph of one operating an Aiden with a GPMG tied to the skids, and it really was a multi-purpose. Now, the problem was, of course, you can't protect it very well. The bubble canopy itself is tremendous, and it's like flying a big greenhouse in actual fact. And it was the training aircraft. The reason I know it, I was the very last course at Middle Waller to train on the Bell G4 as it was. This one is an H1, and it was an inspirational move by Larry Bell to build a VIP version of the Bell 47, and it does look rather sleek, and it's in the hands of an absolutely talented and very, very, what can we say, apt and agile aviator indeed. And it's just getting over now on the far right-hand side. And you can see it doesn't make a massive presence, it's quite gentle, and this one is unique, as Ben and I have described, because of its mark and the fact that it does fitted cameras all the way around it. I call it the slick, really good stuff you expect fast, but this one, despite having only a 200 horsepower cranking engine, actually does far quicker than many of the G4s that were rather like very engines. Now, given its underpowered nature, unsurprisingly, the display you're going to see is relatively benign, in that it will be limited to hover work, a few wingovers, and some orbiting and pirouettes flying as well. The one thing you'll also notice about this aircraft, it's got a Canadian registration. It was imported into Britain in the last year by a gentleman called Robert Zammit, who's here with us today, and a very good afternoon to you, Robert. And also other friends from Eddington Airfield at the western edge of Salisbury Plain, where it is very kindly hangared there. So getting airborne now, you expect we want a little bit of breeze, not much of it today, but this being slightly underpowered will need every bit of assistance it can get. But it is a superb machine. The many other roles that I described are essentially military roles, but in the civilian world, it was also used for crop spraying, aerial photography, traffic reporting, police work. Some of you may remember Whirlybirds, that lovely series made across in Los Angeles back in the 60s. Celebrates its 70th birthday this year, would you believe? Wow, absolutely extraordinary. This one is a 1955 H1. The Bell 47 range is itself first took flight in December 1945. And although there was a run of 5,000, there's still an exceptional number of these Bell 47s flying in the world, well over 1,000 of them. Unsurprisingly, being an American derivative, a huge number of them still in the States. So Rich now is starting to put it through its paces, just coming through a teardrop, and then he'll go into a very gentle pattern from left to right, from teardrop to just gentle wingovers before going into some hover work. Designed by Arthur Young, and essentially I think the theme was in those days very much as the development of drone taxis, which are being developed today, very much being thought of in its heyday as something that could possibly reduce traffic congestion during the course of the 50s. Very economic to run, unusual in many respects to still see piston engine helicopters in the world, but that in its own right. And the other peculiarity which makes the Bell 47 a little more demanding to fly is that it has a twist grip power on the collective, which today, of course, is replaced on modern helicopters with just one hand, where you just lift, and as the blades rotate, the power comes on at the same time. You need lots of hands and legs, of course, operating in different dimensions when you're flying a helicopter as well. It requires a great deal of agility and skill. Particularly if you're a solo pilot, holding it in the hover whilst perhaps undertaking some military reconnaissance work can be very tricky. Very tricky also to, depending on the wind conditions. So these would have operated relatively close to the ground. In the G4 version of this particular series of aircraft, they would have been attached to many of the British tank squadrons throughout the course of the mid-60s right through until the late 70s before being replaced by the Scout and Gazelle helicopters that followed after that. Only 33 of these were actually built, 8 of this H1 variant still flying today. And the panels certainly do make it a lot less draggy. You can imagine that you would normally see a very open tail section on the majority of G4 aircraft you see in this country. But this one, as I mentioned earlier on, a little bit slick and therefore quite sporty given the low power of the aircraft. Rich Billings, a hugely talented aviator. His main day job is as chief test pilot for Boeing UK, predominantly in the Chinook program, but also more recently has been flying the Boeing 737 as a lead-in to developing the very important Ministry of Defence Wedgetail project. He's got a whole series of other aircraft in his logbook as well, however, but he's got a passion for encouraging youngsters to get involved in heritage aircraft, to develop their interests and skills with a view to getting involved in modern companies such as Boeing, who he is employed by. He therefore takes his helicopter on a number of visits to various schools, and teams up in his own role with other Boeing STEM ambassadors to provide an experience. Had been fitting with the GPMG. Well, in the military format, of course, many of you sitting here today will remember the famous MASH program, which I think cemented the Bell 47 in the minds of many of us, and particularly in the medevac role. But it was also used for artillery air observation, and that is a constant factor in the military aviation. So you could, of course, still use that skill in civilian world as well, as this would be done as Rich transits through a bit of a rearwards transition there, to bring it back into power centre towards the end of his display now. Do a short look up and give you a bit of a nod, and it's a great chance for you all to give him a wave as well. The pilot softened there, get the chance to see the appreciation, which to operate in, but in extremely talented hands today. And there we are, safely back to his spot, and we're glad to know he's staying local. We're moving up the coast towards Lincolnshire later on this afternoon for another show there. Marvellous. Well, thank you so much for your appreciation and attention there. I think it's a really neat and interesting new aircraft on the display circuit.
Given the heroism so often underlining them. But 23,000 battlefield casualties were recorded during the Korean War. It's estimated 18,000 of them were flown to US Army field surgical hospitals in Belgium.
Wow. 18,000.
What would be good would be to see one of the, not necessarily the 13s, but one of the British G4s displayed with this H1, and that would make a very unique display indeed. So you never know, that may well be coming your way in the future. At the moment we're, I think, keeping our eyes open for the B17, which, and good time for you to have it.
Definitely. Oh, nice. Good times. You too, man.
Now we turn to another Allied 4-engine heavy bomber, having seen the Lancaster taxiing a little while ago. We turn to the US 8th Air Force and their contribution to the combined Allied heavy bomber offensive of the latter half of World War II. And in paying tribute to that, we turn to an aeroplane that's celebrating a remarkable milestone this year. We've reflected a lot on anniversaries. Well, it's the 50th anniversary this year of the arrival of this aeroplane on the British display circuit. It was only meant to stay in this country for a few weeks in 1975 before heading off to a new owner in the United States. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Thankfully, it's still here to act as the most powerful...
Right, so Sally B is on her way. I can see her on ADSB. She's not far away now.
Private operated by Ellie Sellingbow and her colleagues with B17 Preservation, based at Duxford in Cambridgeshire. Their feat in keeping this aircraft operational for now half a century and counting counts as one of the great epics of aircraft preservation in this
Thank you very much. Thank
country.
you.
We're very privileged after the many
Thank you.
ups and downs the aeroplane has endured down the years to see it still flying here in 2025. Look out to the right.
Here we go. Oh, look at this.
Needed a bigger bomb load, it needed better defensive armament, and it needed better bomb aiming equipment. And when the US Army Air Forces began deploying B-17s to Europe in 1942, they had all of that. Bases in East Anglia, the US 8th Air Force largely conducted daylight raids against German industrial facilities and transport and resupply networks, the likes of the railway marshalling yards, major rail junctions, and so forth. This was an aircraft with a legendary degree of survivability. I'm sure many of you have seen some of the photographs of B-17s from the war years that suffered amazing amounts of battle damage, yet still made it home. Bomb doors coming open here. But the problem on those daylight raids initially was that there was no suitable escort fighter able to escort them all the way to their targets. For example, in October 1943, no fewer than 77 B-17s were lost either on or after a raid to a German ball-bearing plant in Schweinfurt. But when the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt and the Merlin-engined North American P-51 Mustang came along, they were able to accompany not just the B-17s, but also the consolidated B-24 Liberators deep into Germany, and losses began to decrease, particularly as the Allies started to gain air superiority, though, of course, flak was still a significant danger, even to an aircraft as tough as the B-17. Just think what it was like for the crews on those raids. They were at high altitude, it was noisy being on board the aircraft, the cold could be quite extreme, the aircraft had relatively little in the way of armour plating, the crews certainly didn't have anything like modern personal protective equipment, and then, on top of all that, was that ever-present threat of enemy action. No wonder this aircraft's role as a flying memorial is so important when you consider the level of sacrifice. The 8th Air Force suffered almost half of all the US Army Air Force's casualties of World War II. Its bombers, including B-17s like this, conducted more than 440,000 sorties and dropped 697,000 tons of bombs. This aeroplane was named Sally B after its now operator Ellie Sallingboe, who has headed up its operation since 1982. And you'll notice that one of the engine cowlings is painted in a checkerboard yellow and black pattern. This is to salute her former partner Ted White, who was so instrumental in bringing this aircraft to the UK 50 years ago, who lost his life in a flying accident in 1982. Sally B has many television and film credits to its name, most famously its starring role in 1990's adaptation of William Wyler's wartime documentary film Memphis Belle, in which this was by far the most active of all of the B-17s gathered from the US and France to take part in the production. And to this day the aircraft carries the Memphis Belle nose art on one side of the nose. This is nowadays the only airworthy B-17 left in Europe, and it's one of only a small handful still flying in the world, which makes it all the more important for it to carry on operating. And to that end, do support the aircraft by joining the Sally B Supporters Club, which you can do by searching for Sally B and finding the operations website. You'll be able to sign up there and do your bit to keep this remarkable aeroplane flying. final pass coming up, and you'll see this, as is traditional, being undertaken with smoke generators engaged to simulate damaged engines, the condition in which so many of these aircraft returned from operations. A simply beautiful presentation of the B17G Flying Fortress Sally B by John Corley and Pete Kinsey. A lovely sight in our skies, a regular visitor to both the East Kirkby Airshow and other events at this venue over the years, but so appropriate to see one of the other main Allied heavy bombers of the war at the home of Lancaster, just Jane. The B-17 then returning to its home base at Duxford. Meantime, we're looking out for our next display item. We saw them getting airborne a few minutes ago before the B-17. They've gone off to hold, and look out now high and to the right. A team new to this show for 2025, though it's been in operation for a few years. A pair of very impressive light aeroplanes, both home built, and a pair of very skilled aviators at the controls.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because we were just thinking of exactly the same thing. We're going to get a soft drink. Do you want anything mixed? A soft drink? I'll take it. Probably enough for us.
So next we've got the Firebirds coming up.
I got to stop somewhere else when I was at Brie.
I think Tim's coming. Oh, well, I was just going to say hot chocolate. 2 hot chocolate. There you go. No more hot chocolate. Another hot chocolate. Got a cold bit.
And so, look out straight in front of you. The smoke comes on the two Vans RV4s of the Firebirds. Heading straight in on the B-axis at right angles to the main runway and pulling up. And using a quarter cloverleaf manoeuvre to position back onto the main A-axis display line. Keeping a nice tight echelon formation. Nigel Reed leading the team, John Dodd on his wing. And there's a great deal of flying experience amassed between these two in all sorts of different aeroplanes. Nice and tight around the loop as they head off towards the left-hand end. This part of a very long-running series of kit-built Vans aircraft conceived by Richard van Grunsven. There are more than 9,000 of them of all variants flying worldwide. It weighs only around 500 kilos empty, which is apparently about a third of the weight of a current Volkswagen Golf. but it has a 5.3 litre, 160 horsepower engine. Pulling up and into a very graceful barrel roll. Easy to see why the Vans RV family has become so popular. It's a very practical, very economical tourer. As I say, you can build one yourself, and it's very aerobatically capable, and there have been all sorts of display teams mounted on these aircraft over the years. And now the leader flying straight and level while number 2 barrel rolls around the smoke. This team, the Firebirds, was born out of the Fireflies, which used to operate these 2 aircraft, and it's been appearing in its current guise since 2022. I mentioned the experience of the controls. Nigel Reed, leading the team, is a former RAF pilot, very active on the vintage aircraft scene. In fact, his family has owned a de Havilland DH-60 Moth for fully 70 years now, which they still operate. In fact, they've now got 2 of those. And a very interesting split, with one rolling as the other loops. Smart rejoin. Nigel is a very long time airline pilot now, as is his fellow member of the Firebirds, John Dodd. Now, he started off working as a scientist and got into aviation partly through that, though he'd been an enthusiast ever since childhood. He too has had a very long-standing involvement with historic aircraft of all sorts of types. He's flown both piston and jet warbirds with great accomplishment on the air display circuit. Regularly to be found at the controls of the likes of Spitfires and Mustangs these days, as well as appearing alongside Nigel in the Firebird. Now diving in towards one another for a crossover. Very nicely positioned at display centre. both now establishing themselves back on the main display line. Once again in opposition and pulling up. Changing direction to head away from us. Yes, you can build one of these aircraft or one of the others in the van's RV series yourself if you've got a suitably sized garage or other facility, and of course all the right tools. Now there we have synchronized stall turns out in front of us. Back in on the B axis now. Pulling up, which they do in unison. Flown parallel loop by the pair of them. Daytime aerobatic displays such as this, the Firebirds also excel at evening and night shows with animated multicoloured LED lighting and pyrotechnics attached to the aircraft, and you might have noticed that each of these aeroplanes has the mountings for 6 LED strips on them, 2 on each side of the fuselage, 2 on the underside and 2 on the wingtips. Well, now you can see they've got back together and they're positioning out in front of us to run in once again. And this will be their final manoeuvre of a very exciting display. In they come towards us. Once again, the smoke comes on, and it's their final salute to you. It's the Firebirds Heart. Nigel Reed and John Dodd, the 2025 Firebirds.
Well, that was very good. Hope you enjoyed that. Skill involved. Right, let's see what we got next.
Double chocolate. Maybe another teddy.
Right, so I think we've got Christoph Simon in the Cat 10 next. Now, Christoph Simon is no stranger to aerobatics. Now, he's a perfect example of following your dreams to become a pilot. He was going to join the French Air and Space Force, but was told that it was not possible due to his eyesight. But you know what? He kept going and is now an award-winning display pilot. Yeah, sounds like Christoph Simon's music. Oh yes. Oh, copy.
Don't forget, if you'd like the chance to win a ride on the Lancaster when it gives its final taxi run of the day, which will be at around 5 o'clock now, according to our flying programme, then you can buy raffle tickets at the information stand. They cost just £2 per strip. All proceeds go towards the airworthy restoration of Just Jane. That's the first prize. There are other prizes as well, and we'll be announcing the winner in just under 90 minutes from now. So get along to the information stand and take part in our raffle. Also in 25 minutes, if you fancy a quick respite from the flying, the D-Day Darlings will be performing their second set inside the hangar.
There's someone in a jetpack, an actual jetpack. There is someone in a jetpack, a real jetpack. Oh my word, I thought this was stuff of movies. There are 3 jetpacks of the Jet Parahawks display team. This is going to be something different. Actual jetpacks. Yeah, they're doing a display in jet. You've already got one. Oh. That'll be the first ever time on the show, jetpacks on the show. I mean, that's what's here right next to me, the Jet Parahawks, who have strategically parked up next to me. It's alright, it's a little inside joke between us. Oh, brilliant, love it.
Now it's time for some individual aerobatics and someone who's really been making a name for himself.
Yeah, he has, and Ted's flown with Christoph. He's also won our honorary Ted Coningsby Display Award as well.
Organisation known as the Tiger Club, which I'll tell you about later on when we see their Turbulent Team in action. Well, another of their aeroplanes is the Moudry Cap 10, that absolutely delightful low-winged French aerobatic trainer, which is beloved by all pilots I've ever spoken to who've flown one, and we're about to see a very good demonstration of exactly why, because it has delightful handling qualities. It's a superb mount for a sort of entry-level entrance into the display aerobatic world, and that's exactly what this pilot has done with this aeroplane over the past few seasons. Here he is, coming in from the left. We present Christophe Simon with the Moudry Cap 10. display in that 180 horsepower aeroplane.
Beautiful.
Something going on all the time, pitching and rolling, a very polished demonstration of a very splendid aeroplane. Back now to the Warbirds, and one that we've not seen at East Kirkby before. We've seen many Spitfires in the show over the years, but it's the first time
a bit of a Merlin going on here.
An aeroplane that was produced by the Shadow factory at Castle Bromwich in Birmingham in April 1943, and then shipped out to Casablanca, joining the RAF's Middle East Air Force. It then became active with number 93 Squadron at Hal Far in Malta, seeing combat during the Allied invasion of Sicily, and in the hands of Sergeant W.F. Hockey, damaging an Italian Mk C-202 fighter that built. It then went to number 232 Squadron on Sicily itself, and was active as part of the wider Allied advance through Italy, including protecting the beachhead at Salerno. With number 253 Squadron, it went on to be stationed in Corsica and flew several escorts of B-26 Marauders on bombing sorties over central Italy. Its final operational assignment was to number 327 Free French Squadron, and it was with that unit that its combat career ended when it suffered a forced landing in northern France and overturned. It ended up back in the UK for storage at the end of the war. It served subsequently with the South African Air Force. There are no details of that. It ended up in storage with the South African Air Force Museum before it began its journey back to airworthiness when it was transported to the UK in 1989 in private hands. It then, for a time, went to another buyer in Queensland, Australia. But then it was purchased first by Peter Monk and then by its current owner, Mark Bennett, an engineer with a passion for historic aeroplanes. He bought it in 2005. He played a major role in its return to flight. The restoration was completed by the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar. The aircraft flew again in June 2021, and it's now the second oldest Mark IX Spitfire flying, and in many ways a very rare example. It's also a superb looking example in the colours it wore in service with number 232 Squadron, stationed in the Mediterranean theatre at the time of the start of the Allied invasion of Italy in 1943. Running in then from the right, the Supermarine Spitfire LF9.
shudder just then. Doesn't help if you walk into the handle of the tripod. Ouch.
In the Spitfire 9 belonging to Mark Bennett. I was saying it's a very rare example. It's got some really interesting features, this very early Spitfire 9. It's got a different configuration of intake to most Mark 9s. It lacks the filter box that the later ones had. And another really unusual feature of the internals of this aeroplane is that it's fitted with an emergency water tank for the pilot, situated behind the pilot seat, which was added for operations in hot climates, not least in case a pilot had to make a forced landing. Everything about this restoration is absolutely splendid. To give you an idea of the sort of level of detail we're talking about, the original propeller blade configuration, correct for this mark, was remanufactured by Hercules Propellers in Stroud, a very complex process that lasted 4 years in itself, and it makes the aircraft reportedly about 5 to 7 miles an hour faster in the cruise than if the aircraft was using the most readily available new types of propeller blade. Anyway, a superb result. Mark Bennett's Spitfire in its desert camouflage, a real star on the circuit this year, during which it's given its first flight displays.
To shout out to we're literally on that table today. We've got weapons and all that.
The D-Day dumplings are about to start singing inside the hangar, so go along and see them. And we are getting towards the time when we'll be closing sales of the raffle for the taxi ride in the Lancaster as part of the closing item of the display today. £2 per strip of tickets. Go along to the information stand opposite the main hangar, next to the Lancaster restoration stand, because we'll be drawing the winner and announcing it in about an hour from now. Now, you might wonder why a group of people have made their way out to the centre of the airfield. They are allowed to be there. It's all part of the next display act, which is something I've never seen performing before, and I'd wager most of you have never seen anything like this before either.
You're in that car park, literally next to the line with the German helicopter was all there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm on about? You know we had the two Spartans, and we had the Huey and the MB500?
No, further down.
Further out?
Further down, more towards where the Galaxy
Yeah, in the corner.
Yeah, that's it. A little further down.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you said about the German helicopter, because last year it was part of theirs. I know where you mean. It was part right then. You can see crates of beer coming out.
The Americans offered us a beer when you saw us last year. They was offering us beer one.
Yeah, they're legends. They're really good. They took me up, not to fly, but they took me and my partner and Ted up in the Luftwaffe helicopter, the C-130. Yeah, well, I was just waving them and saying hello, and he was like, tell you what, just don't get me on camera. Come back and follow me.
That's what we went up, we were in uniform, we were like, can we have a look on the tank? And he went, yeah, come in. Come on the back, and he went, selfie, got beer and all that.
They're really good.
Yeah, sure, Tom. You like that? Yeah.
How's all the recruiting going?
We're actually really strong at the minute.
Yeah?
Really good.
Good.
Lots more to come on the programme today. After the next item, for which the preparations are going on out on the runway, we should be seeing the Bell 47 that we saw earlier departing. Then at 3 o'clock it's the Lancaster taxi run. Departure of some of our fly-in visitors will to take place then, after which we've got gyro air displays with the Calidus Autogyro, the Turbulent Team, the Yak-3, the Flying Comrades, the Yak-52s, the Hurricane and the Harmon together, and then the joint taxi by the Lancaster and the Mosquito taking us through until now about 5:20.
I was one for, thought Royal Air Force thought they just meant pilots, but when I got to learn, there is stuff going on the ground. It's really important to learn that. Not everyone wants to fly.
No, exactly. We got lots of guys coming up. I'm on stage with my local aircraft, mate, and Mountain say it's quite young show.
No, it does have a major impact.
No, it doesn't, mate. You are reaching out a lot.
Yeah, I'm like indirectly recruitment.
Yeah.
Technically, which is what I want to do anyway.
Don't stop.
It's what I want to do, and I don't care because this country is. We need that. Without getting political.
No, we'll pull that aside.
It's more of a pride, it's more of being proud of the heritage, because what you've got, what you guys are doing is exactly what they did in World War II. It's the same thing, there's no other way, and we're living on that level. That's why we'll keep pushing it.
Absolutely, mate. One last question for you. Did you do construction there? I didn't see you park when you normally park.
No.
You were looking out for it.
No, we weren't Oxford. We were there for, I can't remember what we were there for. No, we were just there for a day out, but we are there on the finale in October.
You're doing the finale?
Yeah,
I'll probably see that.
I'll be only filming, so I can't stream that one, but I will be there. You won't look big.
No, just as civics, not as...
Okay, so you're going to go there because it's there. I am literally where Sally B normally parks up.
Yeah, to the left of it.
Yeah, more to the left. So as soon as you come out the entrance, turn right, and it's only a little bit
Yeah. I saw you one year there. You're normally in the same spot, I know you are.
I'm in the same spot.
Yeah.
I'll do my hair up so people can spot it.
I'll hopefully catch you there.
Yeah,
that's right.
See, nice to see you both.
Yeah, and you.
And I'll catch you there if I don't see you before, yeah? Right, keep up the good work, lads. Nice one. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, mate. No worries. Good to see you. I'm boiling. I've got to get out of the jacket. Oh no, I'm sweating. Huh? Oh, lovely. I'll have that. Bless them. That was 2503 Squadron. Bless them. I'll just do a shout out to them now. Yeah, they're from Waddington. Legends. Yeah. Oi, you alright, man? And we'll get you that shirt sent, large. Well, yeah, we got that. That's amazing. Some of the cadets came to interested in being regiment, all thanks to the channel. Brilliant. Yeah. Trying to down it because I don't get much time. They're positioned behind the trees. They're behind the trees if you want to go and see them. Behind the trees, so you have to go around the corner and they're around there. 2503 Squadron from Waddington Regiment. Yes. Hello. Yes, you can, darling. Yeah, absolutely. Let me look presentable. Let's get Ted. I'll be there in one moment. All right, no problem at all. No problem. So, Lady Shensetti Bears, you may have heard me in the background there. Really important, the Ted Coningsby channel, the amount of influence that we have on new recruits. We are indirectly promoting, not that I don't want to, this is something I want to do, this is something I'm setting out to do, is to influence our future of Royal Air Force recruitment. So this is what we do, and you heard it there. A big shout out to 2503 Squadron, RAF Regiment, our
our very own RAF Waddington, and it was so good to hear that from them, that they say some of their recruitments have come from the channel, that we get mentioned, even cadets going, yeah, we heard about the regiment on the Ted Coningsby channel. It is something that I, for one, didn't understand, that concept of RAF ground. You just think RAF pilot. Not the case. Absolutely, there are so many roles in the Royal Air Force involving non-flying, because it's one complete unit which is made up of everything that starts off on the ground. We've even mentioned how important the chef is. The chef, probably the most important part of the Royal Air Force. You may be smiling and laughing, but the thing is, if there's no chef, no one gets any breakfast. The ground crew will be late because they didn't get fed. No flying for the day. Easy as that. That is just one prime example. So at the end of the day, what we say is about having a regiment that look after the assets. You've got air traffic control that actually manage the skies of what's flying around. Of course, you've got the pilots, but without a serviceable aircraft, so thanks to armourers, ground crew, mechanics, techs, all that kind of thing, all those, the fairies as they call them as well, that do all the sort of like the computer geek stuff, which is actually a term, believe it or not, computer geeks, yes, it is real. May not be on the official job description, but all that kind of stuff is all important to make something in the sky fly, and the whole purpose of that is to protect and defend UK airspace in this country with the Royal Air Force. So thank you very much. And of course, in the interest of overseas as well, it is air superiority, and it's all thanks to a big unit of many, many opportunities. And you may have heard me say the legacy continues. When you join the Royal Air Force, you are continuing what the men were doing and women were doing during World War II. So a big thank you to those interested, a big thank you to those who have just recruited, and of course a massive salute to all those who are serving. And because one more important thing, we must never forget those that have served as well, which is why Ted and I will always continue to support military charities. Isn't that right, Ted? Absolutely. Ted Coningsby, squadron leader, you know, beret down, beret down, beret down, beret down, beret recovery team, beret recovery team. We've got a oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for that.
So we're getting ready for something the like of which we've never seen at East Kirkby before. It's very rare that we have jets in our relaxed garden party style show. Well, we're about to change all that, but not perhaps in the sort of way you might expect.
Take care, Kev. Yep, wish you well. If you've got a pen, jetpack time. Do you have a pen? No, I need a pen. It's fine, don't worry. Could you give this to this lady? I'll give you that. Just write her name down. She's just there. Just to the gentleman next, just on the card on the front. No, in the white space. No, on the front. There, yeah. Yeah, she's just there. Yeah. Just there. There. Yeah, the lady picked up Ted's beret. You alright, man? What's up, man? You alright? You alright? It's an old one. Yeah, it's an old one, I think. Oh, we used to have them. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm sure it is. Yeah, that's one of the old ones, I think. Yeah, I think it's an old one. Okay, hang on. Sorry about this. I'm just positioning myself here. I don't know what to expect. Jetpacks. So these are the Jet Parahawks. They are wearing jetpacks. They're not paragliders. Oh, here we go.
Out there on the airfield are three men who are about to demonstrate a type of flying we've never seen before in our show. These are the Jet Parahawks, and they show just what's possible with a small jet engine. This is all born from work done in the film industry, not least in Mission Impossible, and they're using model jet engines, but which have been redesigned quite substantially, in particular to deliver the sort of instant throttle response that you need when you're going to put on a display like the one we're about to see. It took about 6 or 7 years to refine this concept. These jets can be used by paragliding or paramotoring enthusiasts for all types of flying they undertake, and this display routine really does provide something different.
Okay, here we go.
2 of the team members will be flying with single jets. One of them with a pair. They're strapped onto their backs and away they go.
Sounds like a mini typhoon.
Motor on his back, that's the twin jet equipped of the trio. Performing something of an aerial Mexican wave in front of us, climbing and descending in turn along the display line. This extraordinary and noisy display is called the Avro. It's been flying since 1990. he has got in excess of 5,000 hours of paraglider flying time and more than 200 on paramotors. He runs a paragliding school in the Lake District. Now, the other two flying to height, we see a lone solo, including trailing or cruising on the ground. Two team members alongside Gordy Oliver today are Alex Colbeck, who's been flying since 2004, and Dave Roberts, who's been doing this kind of thing since 2013. Well, now we can see them descending again, and we'll see them going into the next part of their display. This is the streamer pickup. Setup out there on the glass. all climb to height. They're getting ready to drop the streamers. 3, 2, 1 calls the leader, and there go the streamers.
Hello. Very good. Lovely. So,
We promised you something different, and I think it certainly merits that title. Gordy Oliver, Alex Colbeck and Dave Roberts together, the Jet Parahawks.
Something a bit different there, isn't it?
Well, certainly an incredibly different display act. I'm not sure we've seen them at a major air show of any type before. So there is a very innovative attraction for East Kirkby 2025. So, we're shortly to get the Lancaster prepared for its next taxi run of the day. We've got the Bell 47 to start up and depart to its next commitment. And after the Lancaster, some of our flying visitors will be getting underway before we recommence just before 3:30, if all runs to time, with gyro air displays with the Calidus Autogyro, then the Turbulent Team, then the Yak 3, then the Flying Comrades with the 2 Yak 52s, then the Hurricane and the Harvard, and then the Lancaster and Mosquito joint taxi run, finishing off at about 5:20. So a really exciting bill over the rest of the afternoon.
Oh wow, okay, excellent. Oh, nice one. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah,
Thank you. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah. Oh, nice one. Well, thank you. Yeah. How's it going? Thank you. How you doing? You alright? Yes. Yeah, it's me. He's here, yeah, he's just here. About the same height as Tom Cruise. Oh, yeah. Give him a You have a good one, yeah? Enjoy the day, yeah? Thank you. It's live now, so yeah. See you later. Hello. Yes, of course. Hang on. Oh. Give me a second. All right. If you want, you can take it from there from me there if you want. Give me a sec. And I'll hang on. If you give me 1 second, I'll position
As
this.
the Lancaster is moved out, we've got a special message for someone who is with us today in the form of John Shepherd, who was 96 years old on the 31st of July. He's an RAF veteran who served as an assistant armourer between 1947 and 49 with number 207 Squadron. He was in National Service Entry Group number 121. He worked on many Lancasters during his time in the RAF in those early post-war years, and it remains an aircraft that's very dear to his heart
nice one, thank you.
today.
Thank
so
you.
all of the Just Jane team wish John Shepherd a very happy 96th birthday for a couple
birthday.
of days ago.
Legend.
Oh, and thank you all.
You're welcome. Can't believe John and Ben are on the controls on the commentary. My favourites. Hello.
I haven't made a video of it, no. But it's on the. It was live that they were on there, but I haven't actually. Okay, I'll have a look. Yeah, they've got something on the roll demo.
It's also a moment to reflect on some of the very personal background that led to the establishment of the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. It was two farming brothers, Fred and Harold Panton, who were instrumental in that and in creating this lasting and very active living memorial to RAF Command.
That was just pure luck.
Christopher,
that was pure luck, that.
Flying Halifax, was shot down and killed on a Bomber Command raid against Nuremberg on the night of the 30th and 31st of March 1944. I was talking earlier about Lancaster NX 611's entry into preservation with the Historical Aircraft Preservation Society. Well, it ended up being owned by Lord Lilford and spent many years as the gate guardian at RAF Scampton. But when it came in for sale, the Panton brothers purchased the aeroplane outright. Once its time on the gate at Scampton had concluded, it was brought to their land here at East Kirkby. And ideas of setting up a memorial in the museum around this magnificent aircraft.
Yeah, it's got. Well, I have to say Typhoon because of
the other great centrepiece, of course, apart from the Lancaster itself, being the wartime control tower, in which I'm sure many of you today have explored the fascinating exhibitions, including many period records of Bomber Command raids from this and other stations during the Second World War.
Right, you have
the
a good one.
Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre was set up here in 1988.
Cheers, buddy.
It was proud over many years to host significant numbers of veterans when they were still many in number, and it's very justifiably proud of the work it's done in that and in making this Lancaster active once again. This, the numbers of veterans in particular dwindle, becomes a very important, indeed increasingly important mission as the years go by, and it's one the Panton family continue to hold very dear to their hearts, and we salute them for that. And of course the restoration to airworthiness of this Lancaster is now the next big target.
So engine 3, the order is 3, 4, 2, 1 for those interested. Don't get any flames out of that.
By attending this event, you've already done your bit to help this aircraft back towards flight, because that's where the proceeds from this event go. As indeed is the case whenever you visit the centre here on a normal day or for any of the other special events. And then, of course, there are the funds raised through the Lancaster taxi rides that the aircraft undertakes throughout each season before going back into the main hangar here for work by a very dedicated and very skilled team over the course of each winter prior to returning to taxiing condition for the following season.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they're from Regiment 2503. They're 59. You're all welcome. I'm glad you're all enjoying the show. This is definitely a wholesome, just a wonderful family air show. It's so nice, and especially for the cause as well, to get this very Lancaster up in the skies. Everyone has done their part for being here. Realised my really poor grammar. Sorry about that. I just mentioned about engine 3 starting up. This is common in a lot of bombers as well. One of the engines powers something on the aircraft, if that makes sense. A bit like, you know, the Wellington bomber. One of the engines does the pressurisation and the brake systems, that kind of thing. Enjoy. Now, if you're ever at Marham's Heritage Centre, make sure you have a go on the VR experience. It's amazing. It's definitely something you should do. lovely. Close-up shots, right? So Ted's had a taxi ride in both, well, so have I. I've actually been with Ted. Ted's had 2 taxi rides in Just Jane. I've had one. And also Ted's had a taxi ride in the Mosquito. So he's quite familiar with it. mean, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? But to get a Mosquito and a Lancaster in a shot, beautiful. We've got a link to donate to Just Jane via our website. Just go straight, via this stream. It goes straight to the Links Aviation site to donate. So it's not done through us, but we are promoting it. Open towards getting this airborne once more.
Oh, thank you guys. Brilliant. I mean, you know, that's all I do. You know what, right now.
It's going to be amazing when this gets flying. And imagine if we get the other two together. 3 Lancasters in the sky. Wow.
So no, it's a good end.
Yeah, we have
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. No, this is the start of the journey. It's playing as a team. Just about our
Yak 3 going out now as well, and the gyro. The gyro. The Yak 3. Well, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are
Just Jane for the second time today, with Ernie Taylor in command on this occasion. Such an impressive spectacle, no matter how many times one witnesses it. Just think what it must have been like at East Kirkby during those latter war years, when not just one, but dozens of Lancasters launched from here on their missions over occupied Europe.
Look at this.
Yeah, last year we started this initially the idea was behind the general about 30 kilos, so good heavy rucksack.
Well, before we move on with the flying display, we've got a few of our fly-in visitors that came in before the show wanting to head out a little early, so we're going to get them on their way before we kick back off with the flying in a few moments. First off will be a Yak 18T.
Okay, I was wrong about the Yak 3, this is a Yak 18. Look at this.
Exactly, that's the other thing, yeah, showing like, yeah.
We got a couple of visitors. Look at this. I don't think I've ever seen one of these take off in my life.
We will soon be seeing an Autogyro in the programme, but not that one. The display is positioned down at the end of the runway, waiting for this little stream of visitors to depart.
This one's a nice one, isn't it? Look at this. Well, it's looking busier than Heathrow at the moment. Here, look at this.
Okay, back on with the flying display now. Our visitors have cleared, and well, we've seen one example of a rotorcraft on the programme today with the Bell 47 helicopter. Well, what we're going to see now is not a helicopter, not by any means. This is an autogyro, and there's one very, very key difference.
Yeah, I was going up rather than down, so I was like, because you don't want to be
The engine is running, but you can see the rotor isn't turning, and this is because the rotor isn't driven by the engine. Although we will see that I believe that this particular type, like most modern autogyros, including the one we saw taking off a few moments ago, has a small spin-up mechanism to just set the rotor in a little bit of motion in order to afford an even shorter takeoff. Otherwise, the blades, once in flight, are completely freewheeling. Air passes up through the rotor disc, and that is what turns them round. There goes that spin up to a relatively low RPM. And what you're going to see is a demonstration of really extreme, very entertaining manoeuvrability at low level, close in view. This is a display you really get to see close up. This is Peter Davies. This is Gyro Air Displays. A very, very short takeoff, keeping it low. On goes the smoke, and up into his display.
Hello for the show.
Autogyro is a Rotorsport Calidus, and the engine is 115 horsepower Rotax 914. It's a very, very popular type of autogyro, certified in Britain in 2011, and more than 1,000 of them have been sold worldwide. And as with the Vans RVs we saw earlier, it's really easy to see why. What an entertaining flying machine this is, as Peter puts it through its paces at low level. He's one of the most experienced autogyro display pilots in the world. He's flown this type of machine all around the globe, including at some of the world's most prestigious air events. But he loves performing at shows like this where he can get in really, really close to you. And he's got a great view of you from an extensive cockpit glazing, So show him how much you're enjoying his display. It's around in front of you. The great pioneer of autogyros originally was the Spaniard Juan de la Sierra. It was during the 1920s that he came up with this type of flying machine, the objective being to produce an aircraft that couldn't stall. And at the centre of all of this is that principle of auto-rotation. The airflow making the rotors spin through the aerodynamic forces of that airflow passing through the rotor disc and the blades. Effectively, those blades are simply windmilling now. It's a much more simple mechanism, of course, than everything that's required for a helicopter. Easier to maintain, cheaper to operate. And it's very, very agile indeed. It's also extremely safe, because were that engine to fail, then the machine would simply descend slowly to earth, still with those blades windmilling, because, as I say, the blades aren't dependent on engine power. Now here's a demonstration of how slowly it can fly into wind. It's a relatively calm day today, but the Calidus can handle winds of up to 40 knots, so it can carry on displaying when a lot of other types would be grounded. It's got quite natural stability as well, but it's the manoeuvrability that really makes this display. Rotax engine runs on ordinary motor fuel, and it gives very good performance, top speed of about 120 miles an hour. It cruises at around 100, and Peter can get about 4 hours endurance out of this, which is very useful when he's transiting to and from display venues around the country from his base near Blackpool in Lancashire. Apart from being a really good display machine, as we're seeing Peter demonstrating, it's a very practical tourer as well. Nice spacious interior, good comfort for the pilot. Tandem two-seat configuration, so you can take a passenger, but on an ordinary touring trip in one of these, you perhaps wouldn't want to have your passenger experience this sort of flight. A beautifully controlled spiral descent. And it's able to manoeuvre so tightly, literally right within the airfield boundary, and this isn't the biggest airfield.
Oh wow, that was a good turn. Look at that.
And there he is with a big hand, literally waving at you as he passes down the line. Show them how much you enjoyed that terrific display. One of the most dynamic I think I've seen him give, and we've been watching him at East Kirkby and other places for a good many years now. It really is one of those acts that fits superbly into this very intimate arena. And that brings to an end.
Ooh, yeah.
A quite brilliant display.
Landing that.
Peter Davies, gyro air displays with the Calidus. And Peter thanks Poolies for their support to his displays, both here and around the rest of the country.
That was
Displays such as his, of course, needing a good deal of support to keep the show on the road. What a superb performance from him. Now on to some other great air show entertainment, but this is an act that goes back a long, long way. Classic barnstorming style entertainment coming up. I talked about the Tiger Club earlier on, when we saw Christophe Simon display the Cap 10 so well for us. It's an organisation that's been going since the 1950s, and it's almost been something of an air display university. There are all sorts of display pilots flying heavy warbirds of one type or another on the circuit these days who cut their teeth in the Tiger Club's aeroplanes, and not least on the very type of aeroplane that we're going to see displayed now.
Here he comes. Well, that's so cool. That landing was just impressive, wasn't it?
Before they get underway, I've got a message for Paul Horton and Jacob Henman. You're required... No, you're not. They're there. Thank you, chaps. Now, as promised, I've been given the winners of the raffle. I gather that the first prize winner, the person who's won the ride on the Lancaster at 5 o'clock, has already claimed their prize. So it's to the other two raffle winners. If you've got green ticket 901, you've won second prize in the raffle. That's green 901 is the second prize winner. And if you've got pink ticket number 245, you've won the third prize. That's pink ticket 245, the third prize. Go to the information tent from where you bought the raffle tickets to claim your prizes. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone who took part in the raffle and thus made, I should think, quite a substantial contribution towards the restoration of the Lancaster.
Nice, well done. Congratulations to those who have won, and a big thank you to those who took part as well.
On the roll then, 4 green D31 Turbulent, making up the Tiger Club Turbulent Team. is true airshow fun. Some of the acts that the flying circuses began performing in Britain between the wars. This is a very British display, but in fact the Turbulent is a French design. It was conceived by Roger Druin, hence the name Druin Turbulent. But these ones were built by a company called Rollison's at the old Croydon Airport. And this is also a very traditional team, because as I say, the Tiger Club itself has been around since the 1950s, and the Turb team first displayed as far back as 1959.
Okay, brace yourselves for this. This isn't a usual display, by the way.
So we see them start in box formation, going into a first 360-degree turn in front of us. 29 of these little aeroplanes were built by Rollison's at Croydon, and over the years the Tiger Club has provided a home to at least 18 of them. And they don't just display in Britain, because they've, in very intrepid fashion, taken this routine abroad. They've been regular visitors to some of the biggest air shows in France, for example, where they're just as well received as they are over here. In fact, I said it was 1959 when the team started. That's not quite true. It was 1959 when the first Turbs joined the Tiger Club. The team itself has now been going for 66 years. And I think that makes it the longest permanently established display team in the country, even ahead of the Red Arrows. Now they're up at about 500 feet for this first pass of the display, but all that will start to change when we see some of the classic barnstorming elements coming into the sequence later on. Now you see them switching into line astern formation, and they're being called into line astern by the leader today, Adam Parnell. He joined the Tiger Club when it was based at Headcorn. He achieved a long-held ambition when he soloed the de Havilland Tiger Moth with the club, and that led on to flying and displaying the Turbulent, and he now, alongside his regular office job, flies out of all sorts of small farm strips in Kent and provides instruction himself. And when you're watching these aeroplanes, just consider they're powered by a 1600cc Volkswagen engine, and they weigh just 160 kilos when empty.
Nice.
That wingspan is under 7 meters. The aircraft's been described sometimes as little more than a flying motorbike, but my word, it's fun. Flying behind Adam today is one of the most experienced members of the team, Richard Meredith, a retired teacher who's got some 4,000 flying hours on different tailwheel-equipped aircraft. He's been a Tiger Club member since 1992. He's also displayed the likes of the Booker Youngman and the Pilatus P2. He's been flying displays since 1997. So, out of that period in line astern. They're back into box formation and they're heading straight in towards us. So get them ready. Get yourselves ready for the Turb Team break. The wingmen break away, and then the other two. Very nice indeed. So, look towards the centre of the runway.
Oh my word.
There's what looks
is
like
that?
a big washing line erected between two poles.
I told you there was some limbo dancing going on. Oh my word. Yeah.
And so, having been up at about 500 feet for the first passes of the display, they're now getting ready to descend to their minimum height for this routine, which is 3 feet, because they're going to be doing the limbo.
Low approach, Buccaneer style, 3 foot.
Coming in then in 2 pairs, 2 from the left, 2 from the right.
What?
Charging down towards the limbo poles. In comes the team leader, and he's burst through, yes, beautifully done. Crossing over with the 2 coming in from the right. And now the silver aeroplane heading for the limbo poles, and yes, he's through as well. The silver one being flown by Dave Brothers, who's been a Turb Team pilot since 2018. He's a chartered aeronautical engineer by profession, has flown various types of vintage aircraft from flying the Turbs. He also helps maintain and service them.
What is that house?
And he instructs at the Tiger Club on their Tiger Moth and Piper Cub aeroplanes. So now, both of the two who came in from the left were successful at doing the limbo on the previous occasion. Now we'll see if the other two are as good. In comes the yellow and red aeroplane, and yes, it looks like we're going for a rouse on the limbo on both of the first 2 runs. It's a nice calm day today, which helps, and yes, they're safely through as well. The 4th member of the team in that yellow and red aeroplane is Dave Hall, and he started as one of the ground crew members, including holding the limbo poles like our 2 brave volunteers are doing today. He also, like Dave Brothers, became a team pilot in 2018 and worked up to formations leader. He's a chartered engineer. He works in the field of communications technology, but he also teaches competition aerobatics, the pit special and an extra 330, and he instructs in a North American Harvard. So
Lower than a mower.
A completely successful limbo session. The team leader through. The silver aeroplane through. The red and yellow one heading for the limbo poles. Can he make it? Yes, no problem. Is he going to be 4 out of 4? You bet. So the limbo poles come down, and it's now time for a bit of precision ground attack. There's a small house out on the airfield, providing the target. It's flower bombing. Now, it's often been said that the best place to be if you want to avoid the flower bombs as one of the Turb Team's ground crew is to actually be right at the target. Is that going to be true today? The second one wasn't far off. Here comes the red and the yellow one. Oh yes, a direct hit! We've of course got the very latest precision-guided home pride ordnance at play. Coming in for another run. So can the team leader determine the optimum release point? No.
There are balloons.
closer than the one that set the bang off that time.
This is absolutely brilliant fun. It's something that Reggie put together with Red Ted, I think.
The ground crew clearing the destroyed flour bags off the runway.
What's going on here? There's a balloon there.
So it's into the balloon bursting. Can they pop the balloons with their propellers?
What is going on? This is funny, man.
So it's going to be the second aircraft through that's aiming with great precision for the balloon, and not quite, but close. Can number 3 manage it? We see the balloon turning around in the slipstream from the aeroplane, having to climb quite aggressively. Well done. The first balloon's well out of sight. Bit of a lower level attack profile this time.
I'll tell you what, it's really cool. The crowd is just alive. Love it, everyone getting involved. Come on.
So, here comes Adam Parnell, the leader for today, and, well, that was a close run thing, wasn't it? Which balloon's the next of the Turbs going to aim for? That one or the one that's just been released? Diving in. Looks like he's heading for the lower one of the pair. Ah, yes, a direct hit.
Are you loving this? This is just hilarious.
They're doing very, very well at this today. There's another one gone.
There's a couple more balloons to go.
I've lost count of whether they've all managed to kill one of the balloons or whether, well, there's another one gone. Well, although we've still got at least one rogue balloon that went for a burst and another one just ascending over the airfield. The balloon bursting is at an end. They're now coming in for their waving pass. They'll be waving at you. Please wave back at them. It's been another terrific show from this wonderful team. An aeroplane that gives a great smile to the faces of everyone who flies them. And here they come through for the last time.
Well, that was pure entertainment, man. That was so good.
Great stuff, chaps.
Yeah. So cool. Oh, hello.
And well done to the ground crew as well as they walk in. Putting themselves in the firing line once again.
The ground crew, man. Come on. I mean, would you really stand there?
It's a very interesting aircraft in one particular historical context, because would you believe one of these is the only type of aircraft that has been flown by a member of the royal family that's a single-seater. That was the late Duke of Edinburgh back in 1960. When you see them flying, it's no surprise that the Turbs get invited to some of the world's biggest air shows some of the most prestigious venues on the circuit. But it really is here at this wonderful venue that I think we see some of the very best out of them, because they're able to fly low and close, just like we saw with Peter really in the Autogyro a little while back.
Yeah, that was impressive.
And I know they very much enjoy coming here too. All the turbs then back on the ground, flown by Dave Brothers, by Richard Meredith, by Dave Hall, and a special mention of the team leader Adam Parnell, because this was his first display as leader of the Turb team. Very experienced formation member, but he's newly graduated to lead. Very well done, Adam. Very well done to all 4 members of the Turb team. So our next item on display takes us back to the world of Second World War warbirds, and to a type that isn't as well known on these shores as the likes of the Spitfire, the Hurricane, the Mustang and so forth, but which made, in the service of the Soviet Air Force, a very significant contribution to the effort in World War II, or the Great Patriotic War as it was known to the Soviet Union. The family of fighters developed by the Yakovlev Design Bureau began with an aircraft called the Yak-1, which was approved by the Soviet state testing process in early 1940. That design went on to be modified, made smaller and lighter, to create the aeroplane of the type we're about to see. But of course, operating out on the eastern front of World War II required the aircraft to be rugged, easy to maintain, very dependable, because of course the climate out there is very extreme in the depths of winter. The aeroplane that resulted is a pretty hot ship, very high performing. There was something of a trade-off, though, because by comparison with quite a few other significant fighters, it was pretty short range. Nonetheless, it was exceptionally effective in combat. A great deal has been made in more recent times of the idea that the Luftwaffe was actually giving orders to its fighter pilots, ordering them not to engage this type of fighter in lower level dogfights. It's probably apocryphal. I've never really been able to ascertain whether it's fully true, but whatever the truth of that particular point, this was primarily used as a low-level fighter rather than as a bomber escort. It was a very capable machine for point air defence duties, very fast and very agile in all regimes at low level, and it served with one of the most famous of all wartime units. That was a squadron of the Free French Air Force called Régiment de Chasse, which was originally known as the Normandy Squadron, named after that region of northern France, of course, but which later became known as the Normandy-Niemen Regiment, to reflect the part it had played in liberating the areas around the Niemen River in the then Soviet Union. The Normandy-Niemen Regiment, made up of 3 French pilots flying their Soviet aircraft. The idea on the part of General Charles de Gaulle, leader of the Free French, was to increase the fraternal ties between the Free French and the Soviets. And it was with aircraft of the type we're about to see that that unit scored the last 99 of its fully 273 confirmed aerial victories. And it was in June 1945 that the French pilots and their Soviet aircraft returned to Paris in triumph following the end of World War II in Europe.
To be fair, that's not really very Thank you. Thank you, Richie. That's not really very I am going to say that. Right, that's a good idea.
The one we're going to see isn't like those that were flown by the Soviets during World War II in one respect, because this one has not an inline piston engine, but a radial. The originals had a Klimov VK105 engine of about 1300 horsepower. The one we're going to see has a Pratt & Whitney R1830 of American manufacture of about 1200 horsepower. And it's actually a modern variant of this type, using as its basis the 2-seat Yak 11 trainer. There have been various new production versions of this aeroplane over the years. What we are about to watch, which will be running in shortly, was produced by Aviano Craiova in Romania. It was available in single or 2-seat form. This one is a 2-seater. Wonderful engine note of the Pratt & Whitney radial heralding the arrival out in front of us of the Yakovlev Yak 3 UTI PW. Here we go. then from the Yakovlev Yak 3 UTI PW. Bob Davey flying the Yak, which he bought towards the tail end of 2020. This run of, quote, new build Yak 3s on the basis of Yak 11s, a Franco-Romanian collaboration, a company called Capel Aviation on the French side, and this aircraft was actually their own for many years. It was built in this form in 1994 and has been quite a regular participant on the warbird scene for many years. We're sticking with Yakovlev aircraft now, but moving forward well into the post-war era, and one of the most popular former Soviet types in Western hands.
Got a little bit of chipmunk to it, hasn't it? Just a little bit.
Two examples then of the Yak 52 getting airborne in succession.
All good? Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I've got some rubbish. Okay. It's empty, it's just hot. Thank you. Well, I hope you've enjoyed today. It's been absolutely cracking. The last taxi will be a pairs taxi, both the Lancaster and the Mosquito, in just under half an hour, or just over half an hour actually.
these two aircraft, two-thirds of a display team that's established itself on the circuit in recent years. And we're going to see a nice routine of formation and individual flying, showing why this aircraft has become such a popular mount over the past 30 or more years in the West. So, look up and to the left, the two Yak 52s of the Flying Comrades. Starting off by pulling into a formation loop. And this is going to be a break. Oh, yeah.
Nice break.
Several different variants of the basic Yak 52 have been produced over the years with Western sales specifically in mind. There's a tail dragger version, there are some with upgraded engines. To give us a solo aeros demonstration in the Yak 52 that leads the formation. This one dates from 1991. It was out in South Africa before it was imported to Britain in 2007, and Phil acquired it in 2022. Solo for the first time on his 16th birthday. He currently flies the Airbus A380 for a major airline, as well as a variety of historic airplanes leased out of Duxford. And as he clears in runs Alex Newton left. Which we saw on static display earlier on today.
Excuse me.
over. This team, the latest of a good many around the world who have used the Yak 52. Alex now getting into position behind Phil for a tail chase segment of their display. Phil calling them back into line astern. They'll be doing a 60-degree turn at ground start. And Alex Newton, the 2025 Flying Comrades.
Love it, well done. Really good. A big thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Ted Coningsby channel live here at the East Kirkby Airshow. Hope you're all enjoying it out there.
Mix coming as well, the whole crew's on the way. Oh yeah, I'm going to try and get the sickness. What are these? Chocolate kid.
So for those wondering about music and air shows, it's not a modern thing. For those that know and tune in regularly to our RAF Waddington shows will know that music with aerobatics and at least flying displays has been going on since the 1920s and 1930s to biplanes, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So for those that think it's a new modern thing, it's absolutely incorrect. We're talking about air shows dating back to the late 20s, early 30s that's been produced, chosen specifically by the pilots and the display teams.
Two items then remain on the programme, the trainer and fighter combination of Harvard and Hurricane, and then the traditional East Kirkby finale, the taxi run of the Lancaster with the Mosquito.
Lovely display there. There possibly is a Hurricane display as well. It's on its way with the Wacky Wabbit. Oh yes, oh yes. Right, welcome to East Kirkby, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And as promised, due to the absolutely horrendous weather, while we still can, Guards marches from yesterday. I did promise that. So Aspen Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat yesterday. Margot as well, thank you very much, Guards March. High five to LEJ Approach, Guards March as well, thank you very much. There was Chris Evans with 13 months membership, love the history lessons on the channel, awesome stuff. Deborah Humphreys, high five and a Guards March. These are all from yesterday. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Purple Bat as well, thank you for the super chat yesterday. Muzz, thank you as well for the super chat. Life calls me to duty, have a great weekend, Nikos, Claire, Spanner Flight, all the TCS. Thank you very much, Muzz, from yesterday. Again, Rob Kennard as well, you are awesome being out in all weather to bring us amazing content daily. Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you very much for that one. Thank you so much. I think I got them all from yesterday, actually. That's pretty cool. We've got a couple more. These are from today as well, and as promised, let's have a look what we got here. Trying to keep an eye on that T6 Harvard. Simon Watchorn, a fantastic and really enjoyable air show at East Kirkby. Thank you so much to everyone involved and to the Panton family for permitting the stream to take place. Don't forget to donate to Just Jane. Guards March, thank you very much and well said. Office Mackerel, fantastic show today. Thanks for bringing us along for the ride. Hope to be there in person sometime. Yes, don't forget, it is an active museum as well, a heritage centre, so do check it out. High five, Paw Pump, and a salute for Paul Harris for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Amazing. And a Guards March to Gary for the super sticker. Thank you very much. You've got a big thank you. Gary, a high five, a paw pump and a salute. And a Guards March. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March for you there. And Gary, again, another Guards March for you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. 8th day, keep on rocking, Nikos and Ted. Thank you very much. Jimmy Pass, how you doing? I haven't seen you for a long time. Hope you're well, man. Jimmy Pass, last time I think I seen you was at Wattisham. Thank you for the good work. You're most welcome, sir. High five to Julie Beard for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker.
Item before we see the
David Finch, thank you for 16 months membership, and Real Hope TV. High five.
A really
Guards
unusual
March.
combination of fighter trainer and fighter.
Right, so
the fighter trainer is an example of the ubiquitous Harvard, in this case one built by CCF, Canadian Foundry in Canada. The fighter is a very topical and appropriate one to see in this Battle of Britain 85th anniversary year, because it's an example that was delivered to number 501 Squadron of RAF Fighter Command at Kenley on the 19th of September 1940 and flew its first operational sortie 5 days later. This was, of course, during the Battle of Britain. Its career didn't last long. On only its 7th mission on the 28th of September, it was shot down over Kent by some Luftwaffe Messerschmitt Bf-109s. The pilot officer Everett Rogers, who'd flown this aeroplane on most of its sorties, bailed out successfully. Incidentally, the Messerschmitt that delivered the coup de grace.
Hey man, you alright? How you been? Alright?
Who was
Good. Awesome stuff. You well?
Squadron of fighter wing Jagdgeschwader 26. It was Schlick's 20th kill. And it went on to see him being awarded the Knight's Cross personally by Hitler. The remains of the fighter that we're about to see in the next display were recovered from the crash site at
lovely.
And later formed the basis of a rebuild to flying condition by Hawker Restoration.
Why not?
Using original items with all new steel tubing.
Ted Cranwell, like that. Yeah, that's good. Good name.
To the air.
Yeah, nice one.
End of August 2018.
Regards to Ted, is he about?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's just here. I've just got to keep an eye on the wacky wabbit. It's not on its way. Hello, you alright? You okay? Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I know. They say that about Tom Cruise, so they're about the same sort of size.
I've signed up now by...
Oh, nice one. You'd like that one?
You help me have my coffee in the morning. I always watch you on...
Oh, thank you.
I can't help Coningsby.
Yeah. Thanks. Oh, nice one. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Right. Have a good one. Take care, buddy.
But as for the travelling part of this display, it represents one of the great airliners of all time. An aircraft that made its maiden flight in 1935 in prototype form, but looking rather different to the profile that we know so well today.
Oh.
And it was without question an outstanding advanced trainer. It was pretty powerful with certain handling characteristics similar to the fighters that many trainees would move on to, but it was an aeroplane that could bite if students weren't careful. It could also be armed with, for example, guns, practice bombs and rockets for armament training. All in all, very versatile and a perfect aeroplane for training the key skills.
Anyway, just quickly, I just thought before we see the next display, how we're doing. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope we're all good and enjoying the show so far. Thanks everyone for tuning in today. It's been absolutely brilliant. This is what we do usually 5 days a week, 4 to 5 days, depending on the weather. Monday, got to tell you, for those in the UK, be careful out there on Monday. We've got a bit of a storm coming, and I don't think we'll be streaming on Monday, unless you want to see us fly. But on a serious note, do take care out there Monday in the UK. For those on the sort of like Wales North up there, oh my word, it looks pretty windy, enough to just, you know, absolutely terrible. It really is. Well, that's what it's looking like. So be careful out there on Monday, everyone. Let's see, let's have a look over here. We've got the what we got? We got the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum. Got a nice a few canopies. You should see what they've got out there. A few cockpits. You want to see what they've actually got at their museum in Doncaster. Amazing. There's the beautiful B25 Mitchell. Look at this. It will be the third aircraft here to be able to taxi. It's just waiting for a couple of engines from America.
The two aircraft are currently just waiting to form up, and they'll be with us in a few minutes.
And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to smash that like button. Give the like button a low approach and a touch and go. Why not? Yeah, we'll do the thumbs up, touch and go, and have a look at the subscribe button on a low approach to see if you haven't done so already. Do subscribe to our channel, and of course marry that up with the notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. We do go around the country. We are due a Lossiemouth visit, a Mac Loop visit. We are due to start heading north very soon. That includes Lossiemouth, another Ted's Crag Lake District show, Mac Loop. We've also got Leeming to do this year, so look out for those. Just waiting for the Hurricane and the T6. It looks like there's the Hurricane's just running a bit behind at the minute. It's just heading over Boston with the T6 Wacky Wabbit. Now the Wacky Wabbit T6, Ted's actually flown in that one, which is pretty good, with David Petters. We've got a double taxi ride coming up with the Lancaster and the de Havilland Mosquito very shortly as well to finish the show off. Thanks to all those that have donated today to Just Jane. Thank you very much. We don't really know how much we raised because it's an official link directed to the official website of Just Jane, but to those that have, thank you very much who have done so. Oh wow. Thank you.
I've just an apple.
Oh wow. Thank you.
Can I stand on your back? Do you think you're doing this? There's a queue. It was for Ted, not you.
Ted's got salmon.
Oh, well then, is he snobbing?
Well, no, he's a bear and they eat salmon, don't they? So I don't think he's in.
Well, I bet it's hard to get some food, isn't it?
I just get what I'm given.
Yeah.
Good job, bud. Just get what you're given. It's a lot easier, isn't it? Just get what you're given.
What time did you get here then?
About 7 to set up, yeah.
Do you ever struggle to get in contact?
Struggle? No.
No, I suppose you could have early then.
Ooh,
Oh, no.
I'm being attacked by wasps. I'll leave that there for a minute.
Oh, dear.
Claire, have you got any of those sticks? I've actually got wasps all over me. Go away. Oh my gosh. Wow, I've never had wasps.
Actually tried to land on. Okay. Right, now try. Right. I'm alright now. Bit of smoke, you know, they don't like
so,
it.
having got together in the hold, they're now running in from the right, the Harvard and the Hurricane 1.
I can hear something tasty. Oh, here they come.
note of the 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp radial engine on the harbour, the loose acoustic effect caused by the tips of the propeller blades going supersonic, giving way to the Berlin of the Hurricane.
Might have got a bit too close then. Wow. I've had a bit of a moment on her.
final pass for the Harvard coming up. Very interesting colours on this one. We saw the desert camouflage Spitfire earlier. This Harvard is in the markings of a number 154 Squadron example, used as a hack aeroplane by that fighter squadron with the Desert Air Force. The nose art and the name Wacky Wabbit, which isn't authentic to the aircraft it represents, but it's an adaptation of the badge of number 5 Service Flying Training School, RAF, which incorporated an image depicting Bugs Bunny in a Harvard.
Lovely display, really, really classic, nice sound, beautiful. Look at everyone applauding there.
We had Dave Petters in the Harvard,
yay, Dave.
And we had Andy Goodall in the Hurricane. That Hurricane operated by an organisation called Hurricane 501, named after 501 Squadron with which it served in the Battle of Britain. And it's an unusual one in it that it's available for flight training on type and for those who are suitably qualified to maintain their currency afterwards. And that Harvard Wacky Rabbit is used for the pre-Hurricane training element of all that. So good to see them together. Well, before we get underway with the final taxi run of the day, we're going to get the Turbulent Team away on departure to their base in Essex.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed today. We've got one more scene for the day, which will be...
A quick announcement before we move on with the programme. A camera has been found, so please check, and if you've lost a camera, go along to the information stand. Thank you very much indeed.
Team Turbulent.
Well, as we look forward to our Lancaster and Mosquito finale, and as the Turbs get airborne on departure, now seems like a very good time to have a quick chat with Andrew Panson from the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre about the progress with the Lancaster's restoration to flight. Andrew, a big question I know, but how's it going?
Yeah, it's progressing quite well, thank you. We're approximately halfway through the restoration plan. So any of you that have been into the hangar today will see some of the work going on down the bottom end of the hangar. We have our rear fuselage to LA611 almost completed, should be completed in the next week or so. We also have the fore wing of NX611 in the jig and being restored with the tailplanes as well. So as you see NX611 sat out here on the concrete, she's actually using the tailplanes from the PA474, which is the Vassal Grip Flight Lancaster,
nice.
The forked wing and nose from a Lancaster over in France, NX664, and the rear fuselage from KB976. So as she sits at the moment, she's made up of 3 or 4 different aircraft, and we'll eventually get round to putting NX611 back together with all of her original parts restored to airworthy condition.
Amazing.
And that's why you've got the dual serial number on the rear fuselage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. We decided to bear KB976 on the rear fuselage. So it was obvious at what point NX611 was back together again. So the rear fuselage, which runs from the squadron codes back to the tail turret, is from KB976, which is a Canadian-built Lancaster, and it had a hangar collapse on it back in the 1980s. So we took that part from the South Yorkshire Air Museum, who have generously loaned it to us, restored it back to a taxiing condition, just for us using while we operate taxiing until our rear fuselage is restored. Once our rear fuselage is restored, it will go back on, and that piece can go back to the South Yorkshire Air Museum.
Whenever I've spoken to you about this, I'm struck by what must be a sort of dizzying amount of coordination with all these different sections being used in the restoration being required and across multiple countries. But it's a tremendous example of teamwork within the aircraft preservation scene.
Yeah, the logistics and the planning is a bit difficult for it, making sure we get everything here when we need to. The pieces we're borrowing from France are on a temporary export, so there's a time period in which they've got to be going back again. But yeah, it's not easy transporting large pieces of aircraft over the channel and getting them through customs and things like that. So by the time we've finished, we will have done quite a few miles transporting parts of Lancaster from Europe into the UK and back again.
Absolutely, it'll certainly be worth it though. Now, Obviously, everyone here today has already supported the restoration by the simple act of coming here to the air show, but there are other ways in which people can get involved and support it, aren't there?
Yes, I must say we're extremely grateful to you all for visiting the centre and supporting the air show, supporting the restoration of the Lancaster in the way you are doing. The funds raised from the event like this do go straight into the restoration of the Lancaster and the ongoing operation of the museum here, so thank you very much for your support. If you are interested in the restoration and how it's going, we are running something called the Rivet Club. The Rivet Club uses a £3 donation every month on a recurring payment, and for that you get weekly emails during the winter and monthly emails during the summer, which is telling you all about the restoration work that's going on and keeping you up to date with the problems we're having and the progress as it goes forward. You can do that through the website, or just buying another cup of tea today before you go, and all goes into the pot to restore the Lancaster back to airworthy.
And it's something I know we can't wait for, but another milestone on perhaps the nearer horizon will be getting the B25 Mitchell taxiing. It's sitting down at the right-hand end of the site, looking absolutely superb. What's the latest progress on that?
So yeah, the B25 is currently being restored to a taxiing condition and then moving towards airworthy. So she's going to plug the gap that we're going to create while the Lancaster has its final stages of restoration. So there could be 1 to 2 years when the Lancaster is completely offline, having its cockpit done. And during that period, the B25 will be back up to a taxiing condition, operating rides to keep things happening here at East Kirkby, keep some interest for you while the Lancaster's down. That restoration of that is progressing quite nicely. So currently the aircraft sits with no fuel tanks in it. It has rubber fuel cells, so they're on order from the United States to have new fuel cells made. The engines were due back to us this year, so we're just waiting on the engines, airworthy engines to come from the States. We have spare propellers and spare parts on order to bring it back into a running condition.
Oh, are you?
Very exciting times ahead then for the centre. Always great to get an update from you, Andrew, during the display, and our thanks to you for putting on this wonderful event for us again today. Andrew Branton.
Thank you very much.
NIAC. Okay, that's easy to remember. NIAC. Okay, yeah, we should be able to catch it. You might be live if we're still on, all right? Hey, there's a charge for that. Love it, love it, love it.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Take care. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Take care now. Bye. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Here we go, the finale today. And did I just hear that right, that they're planning to get that B25 Mitchell airworthy? I mean, wow. So as Andy Hanton said, that it is halfway through, so that is amazing. So what we're looking at, what, 5 years? Amazing. Oh, LEJ approach, how you doing? Good. Oh, absolutely. I would love to see a 109 and a 190. That is something I would love to see. And of course, you know me, the Horton 229. For all they've got, if they can get that flying, I'd love that. Oh dear, that would be good. Thanks for that, Claire. I've just got it now. Your photo you sent like 4 hours ago. It's just come through. It's because people are going now. The signal here isn't. See you later. Yeah, I hope we're all good later. Right, so here we go. Nice finale. But again, from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, a massive thank you. Joe P91, good to see you. Max Latham, Snoopy.
Hope we're all good. Hope we're well, everyone that's tuned in. There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. How you doing, Ted? Hope we're all good. And just a high five and a paw pump and a salute to Gary, who's gifted 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much, Gary. Sue W, a big thank you to you for the super chat. Guards March. NG Banger Videos, high five. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby's posh officers. Snoopy, thank you very much. Great air show, thank you, Ted. You're welcome. Hope you enjoyed the history today. For those that tuned in from the start, hope you enjoyed my little history lesson there. And it's been a great day. Hope everyone's enjoyed the show, and if you were here today, at least you can watch back. And another cool thing as well, if any of your friends or family or yourself was in one of the taxi rides, you can actually play this back. And for those that have family members in the taxi ride today, did I say flying? Well, if you've been flying, any family members flying today, but if you have any family members that have been fortunate enough to be in the taxi rides today, it's been great that you can actually watch your family members or friends live, having the time of their lives, so that's always a good thing.
How you doing, Nico?
Oh yeah, you're right there.
Yeah, good. Keep the good work going, mate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Love the channel.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, breaks my work day up regularly.
Oh,
see what you're up to. Quick,
nice one.
have a quick
Thank
look,
you.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, thanks very much.
Yeah,
enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been a good day actually.
Good.
I said I love the parajet guys.
That was good, wasn't it?
Phenomenal.
Brilliant. Yeah, really different.
And different for here as well.
Yeah, nice. Always good.
Yeah. There's no chat at Coningsby next couple of days.
Don't know.
Right.
Don't know what's going on. I never do. Just pick a day, go.
And see what
Say
happens.
you should do it.
I think you're right, to be fair.
It's, you know, if you go to Coningsby every day, you're bound to see something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So just take a potluck and just go for it.
Yeah, and it's always a surprise.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Enjoy.
Cool. Anyway.
All right,
mate,
you take care. See you later.
Yeah.
So, the Mosquito and the Lancaster positioned out on the grass. This has now become, since the Mosquito moved here to the centre a few years ago, the traditional finale to our day. And it is a spectacle truly unique in Britain or Europe, and indeed it's not the sort of thing you could ever see at such close quarters anywhere else in the world. And there's so much that's great about our aircraft preservation scene that's embodied in the two aeroplanes that we see out in front of us. Very potent active memorials, very potent stories of teamwork through preservation, and of course the memories in particular embodied in the Lancaster here at this former Bomber Command Lancaster base.
Let's have a double taxi. This will be an extremely amazing highlight, definitely. Well said. You're welcome, Phil. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope everyone's enjoyed it. This is our last act or scene of the day. Welcome, Lady Shen's Teddy Bears, to a lost airfield, an airfield that was once active, built late into 1943. And for those that are pretty regulars on our show would know, any base that was for Bomber Command after December 1940 would have been built with hardened runways and Class A configurated runways.
Close quarters. The 6 Merlins across 1 Lancaster and 1 Mosquito running up to high power. And quite apart from hearing it, there's the chance absolutely to feel it as well.
You're right, Nico.
Hey, you all right there, yeah?
A good one,
yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, really good. Oh, absolutely. It will be a 6 Merlin symphony. Oh, absolutely. Well said. I can't remember which Merlins they've got in here. It could be... I'm trying to remember what it was I seen on there when I seen it apart. I can't remember. This is off the top of my head. It could be Merlin 24s, I think. Or at least on one of them, anyway. On the Lancaster. Lord Denver, Paul Mayers, Mark Dudley, thanks for tuning in. Steve Evans as well. Thanks all of you who have tuned in today and supported the stream today through, we got donations to Just Jane as well, because as you heard from Andy Panton, that it's halfway for its restoration with the help as well of museums and other parts helping out while it's been restored. So from parts from the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum. That's why you've got another serial number. Here we go, engine 3, start it up.
And so the finale to our day, the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, Lancaster and Tony Agar's Mosquito.
Go on. we go. in 1943. and the targets, the main bomber stream, such as the Lancaster, would go on. This version is an NF Night Fighter.
Thank you once again, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that incredible spectacle of the Lancaster and the Mosquito, concluding the day's activities here at the 2025 East Kirkby Airshow. And thank you so much on behalf of the whole team here for coming here to support the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. If you've not been before, hope you've had a wonderful first experience of East Kirkby and that you'll be one of the many repeat visitors who comes back time after time to soak up this amazing location. Thank you to everyone who has put on the show for you today. It's been a really lovely day and we wish you all a safe journey home. So, from me, Ben Donnell, and the entire team here at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, thank you once again and a very goodbye.
Oh, lovely, well said. And
ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Ben Donnell.
Yes.
Fantastic afternoon commentary here at East Kirkby. Thank you, Ben.
How you guys doing? All right? You good? Love the t-shirts. Love it. Love it. Love it. I know, Ted HQ, the classic. Love it.
Take care, pal.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Work,
Thank
mate.
you very much.
See you later.
Thank you. Oh, thanks very much. Right, let's wrap this up, Ted. Let's wrap this up, mate. Let's wrap it up. So we're just going to finish up just one or two Guards marches. Guards march to Gary. Thank you very much. High five for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Nick Smith as well, Guards march. Great to meet you again today. Thanks for the great stream. You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, that is our show done. I think we're cooked, fried, and ready for the weekend. Which there we go. So hopefully you will you all enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed the East Kirkby Air Show. Ted and I certainly did, and everyone that was here. You can hear everyone applauding on each of the displays, which was amazing, and of course all the taxi rides as well. So Just quickly before we go, a very, very, a special thank you to the commentators as well, the commentating team, Ben there, amazing. I think I heard George as well, Bacon as well, heard him in there. But from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, just a massive thank you to Andrew Panton and the team at East Kirkby for the wonderful job that they do, not only restoring the aircraft and hearing about the Mitchell as well, which is absolutely exciting as well. That's like real good buzz. But just for all they do and to put this all together with the air shows throughout. So don't forget, you can come and visit the East Kirkby Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre here. It is a functioning museum and heritage centre, so you can have a look inside the hangars and see what work they're doing and at what stage Just Jane is, and you can see all the restoration there. It's absolutely amazing. So a big shout out and a salute to everyone at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. And of course, Andrew, thank you for letting us be here and stream the show to everyone to make them come here as well and support Just Jane as well. All our viewers, thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed it. All our members and supporters, thank you so much for supporting our channel as well. A big shout out to all of you. So we're going to go into the weekend and on a very good high, and what a way to finish the week, with a Lancaster and a Mosquito taxi ride. So everyone who attended, thank you very much for supporting Just Jane as well, and the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Thank you for making this air show a sellout as well. So from all of us, my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, a historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And from all of us here at East Kirkby, we just want to say a massive thank you. So see you soon. Wish you well. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Woo! Thank you. Thanks very much. I've lost the beret. Come here. Oh, right. Right, let's press the button. Oh yeah, you alright? Oh yes, how you doing? Alright? Good. Enjoy it?
Yeah. First time here.
How cool is that?
Do then.
Spacious gate.
UK caps.
Yeah, good. Won't allow you to videos. Oh no. You should start driving centre. Oh, you've got a Yankee call, haven't you?
Yeah, but doesn't want to play today. That's fine.